what is happening?
So I started reading this in 1999. I needed something to read on a plane trip over to Europe. In that summer, I was going to Europe with my family. I was about 16 years old. So I needed something. It's an 8-hour plane trip. So I was like, all right, I'm going to get this book. I think I only read the prologue on the plane and had to put it down because it was a little bit too heavy. But it was a 3-week vacation, and I think I read The Eye of the World twice during those 3 weeks. And I was, nice place, southern France, right? It's not too bad during all that. And from there, I couldn't honestly wait to get back home to buy, because that was my problem, right? It's in France, all the fucking books are French, if you believe it. But I couldn't get a copy of the second book because I was on that vacation. Couldn't find an English book anywhere. So by the end of that vacation, I was just antsy to get back to get the second book. And then when I did, I think this was my own misconstruing of the series. I thought that the whole series would basically cover an age in every book. So I was expecting a completely new story with completely new characters for book 2. And then I got The Great Hunt, and I got like 5 chapters into it, and I was like, what? Yeah, okay. No, wait, what? And then still kind of liked it, but I mean, I was big into The Eye of the World at the beginning, but I think there was maybe 8 books out when I started. I read through all 8. Then my friend gave me all the spoilers, and I was like, no fucking way. And I had to read it again and confirm that, yeah, he knew all these, because he was already rereading it for every release. And then proto-internet in 1999, 2000, started getting on those fan sites and spoilers and theories and everything like that. And I'd reread the series multiple times before every book release. So I think at the end of the day, I've probably read the early books at least 30 times. So I'm one of those mega nerds on this series.
I'm a man of Manethrin, and I approve this message.
Last time on Revisiting the Wheel of Time.
I feel like what I sent you in our Discord group sums it up. Which when you were struggling to get through the first 10 chapters, do you remember what I told you?
What did you tell me?
I told you that if you didn't actually continue and read this book, you were about 7 of 10 fucking around and finding out on our friendship. I know the answer.
Do any of these come to? Do any of these? None of these come to pass? Is it just here to say,
Alex,
hey?
do you want to answer this one for me?
I'm going to quote George R. R. Martin on this. Read and find out.
First of all, quote George R. R. Martin on this. What are you talking about? That's Robert Jordan.
That's just like
Martin probably stole that from Robert Jordan.
Yep. Probably, yeah.
Robert Jordan probably stole that from lots of other authors.
But that's his, like, you ask him any question, and that's his sort of standard answer. It's kind of, well, yeah.
Okay, but that's because Robert Jordan, when he said read and find out, actually meant read and find out.
Well, I think what Pip's trying to say is you've read a lot of stuff and you don't feel like you're getting anything from it, and then in 5, 10, 15, 20 chapters, you're going to realize you did. Or a book later, and then it's gonna be like, oh wow, okay, that popped back up. Or like, you're gonna understand the mechanics of how things are working because we're building to that.
Right, I'm on 17 right now, and it just kicks off. I just this is such an incredible series. The first 6 books, 7 books, whatever, I can't remember. We're just balls out awesome.
And now the continuation.
What is, like, what are we doing? Like, what is happening?
It has begun.
Time is the risk. Time sets snares, and I have to avoid theirs while setting mine. You can't see it or feel it. We ride with evil now, Matt. Watch yourself. His eyes. A dangerous man. All that sweating going white in the face, yet his eyes never changed. You always have to watch the eyes, not what it seems. Has any man ever been under so many watchful eyes? It has begun. It has begun. And there is no turning back now, however the blade falls. Indeed. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the part 3 of the Shadow Rising Book Club, or booktorial chair, whatever the hell I call it. But yeah, here it is. And so today we're going to be covering chapters 22 through 37. So yeah, that little thing was at the end of 36. Got me a little pumped. Got me excited for the rest of the book. So, joining us today is the one and only. Start with Dane. What's up, Dane? Thanks for being here.
Oh, no problem. Thanks for having me.
So Dane, you and I have been talking about, you and I have been talking on Discord about, the book. You've been answering questions and you've been addressing some of the concerns I have. And man, I really appreciate it. You and especially you and Nathan have really kind of gotten me, what you guys have been saying has been my mantra for continuing to read it, despite my own preconceptions of, storytelling and all that. Obviously, Robert Jordan is doing something that, like you said, it's part of a bigger whole. So.
Yeah. It's whenever you kind of feel like you hit a lull or, oh, this is slow or whatnot, it's just like, yeah, but it's done that for a reason, right? It's the calm makes the storm that much more exciting, to take the metaphor and turn it around. But no, I was really excited for you to kind of reach a lot of the chapters we're covering today, because for a lot of readers, TSR, the fourth book, is kind of where the world building just kind of explodes and you get a ton of payoff from all the early setups, and people kind of get the sense that this is more than a Lord of the Rings clone, if that was an epithet being thrown around at it, or it was just a hero's journey story. Now it's kind of into Dune territory where you get all this massive world building, and it's really these chapters specifically with the Ruidian visions that I was really excited for you to get to. So.
All right. Well, thanks, man. I appreciate this, and I can't wait to talk about especially chapters 25 and 26. And there's quite a few there's some really good chapters I just couldn't put the book down for. So can't wait to talk about those and the other chapters too. So.
Oh yeah, you got all the Perrin stuff too. Like some of Perrin's best moments and some of his most tragic moments are in this chunk right as well. So as far as it goes, like TSR is a lot of people's favorites, and this middle chunk here we're covering today is a lot of people's favorites within this book too. So it'll be good.
All right, man. All right. And Dane's not the only one here. I am surrounded by white cloaks today. So next guy, you all know him, you all love him, and he's not happy because of my choices for the intro. Pips, how you doing? Did I improve my EPG score, my environmental Pips governance score?
Remains to be seen. The Pips remains unconvinced. I was more convinced, and then you showed me flashbacks from last week, and now I'm triggered all over again. And it's
why is that regret? Do you regret talking about that?
Just I wish that I had more than I'm drinking some green tea right now because I'm under general order number 1. No alcohol is allowed around currently. I wish I had something stronger.
All right, man. But thanks for being here. So we're doing this early, mainly for your benefit, and everything. So
yeah, it's happy hour where he is.
It's never happy hour here.
It's never happy hour.
It's unhappy hour.
All right, man. But yeah, thanks for being here, Pips. And lastly, y'all know him, y'all love him, Alex. What's up, Alex?
Not much. Good to be here, boys.
All right, man. Thanks for being here. So let's get this party started. 6-minute intro. We have several chapters to cover. So I was thinking, I don't know if you, I was thinking instead of going chapter by chapter, but go by, start with the Rand stuff and the waste stuff, and then do the parent stuff. What do you guys think? Do you guys think that's a good idea?
I mean, I'm here.
I don't mind it.
Just to judge. So
it's easy. Whatever's easiest for you, Brian. How you want to cover it, because there are probably questions that spill off. So, narratively, right? You get like a very exciting Rand part,
yeah,
and then it like breaks back to Perrin, and then boom, you cut back to Rand. So yeah, if you want to split it by character, that's easy enough.
Yeah, so go from chapter 26 to chapter 34, and then go back to 27 to chapter 27. So that's what I was thinking. That was what I was thinking we do, just for the sake of flow and everything. So, all right. So so last chapter we covered was 21. It was Into the Heart. That was the one where Rand makes his announcement that he's leaving, and everyone's like, "What the hell are you what the hell are you going to do?" And there's that one chick that whose husband's dying or was sick or something. She wants to off him, and he kind of keeps her from doing that. And then he's like, you know what? You guys are probably going to forget about me and all that. So he places Calendor into the floor, wards it off, and it's like, this is to remind you that I will be back. So I'm assuming that's not going to be in this. I'm assuming that's not going to be in this book. So whenever he comes back, who knows? But so now we're on chapter 22, which is Out of the Stone, and this is where the stream truly begins. So there apparently Rand discovered some old textbooks or some old texts in the stone, and he finds out that there's portals. There's portals around here. There's like 4 of them, I believe. And so that's kind of, so he's just like, yeah, we're going to these portals. We're going to go to we are going to the waste. And then he finds out that there is a portal stone in the waste. I think Ruark basically confirms this. So they're on their way out. He doesn't really announce to the city. Everybody gets out and watches the procession and all that. And Rand has a horse, Judean, and oh my gosh, you know who we meet in this chapter? We meet Pips, yep. And he is a bloody gelding.
Allegedly.
The horse, the myth, the legend.
There's no point in the book where that's inspected upon.
Okay.
Matt knows his horse flesh.
Yeah, but he's an unreliable narrator.
So
Shields have used that in defense of much worse takes. I stand by it.
So we find out that so the Aiel basically take a 5th of the treasures of wherever place that they conquer and all that, and then we get into a nice little discussion about that. Some world building there, some culture building there. I don't know. Whenever I kept hearing the 5th, I kept thinking the amendments. I don't know. Pleading the 5th and all that, but apparently the big part of this chapter, the most important thing to take away from this chapter, is that Rand basically, Rand did. I forget how they put it, but Rand just. I'm trying to understand. So Rand upset Elaine, and so as a result of that, because apparently women have their own guild now. If Avienda and Egwene are both pissed at him because he didn't tell her, even though she was set on leaving going to Tanchico, he didn't stop her or try to stop her.
Yeah,
and that's the fucking problem. I mean, that's, excuse my language, that's the problem.
This is the introduction to the evidence that that Robert Jordan actually really can write women
and understood them quite intimately, quite well. But
the
but
best
yeah,
writer
it's
of women characters to ever do it.
I'll be honest. Like in this block,
she wanted to go. She wasn't going to let Rand stop her. She was going to hell bent and chase down the Black Aja. But boy, howdy, did she get mad that Rand said, "Oh, you want to go? Okay."
Yeah, you didn't think about me.
Yeah.
Okay.
The only thing Robert Jordan never gave us. The only thing Robert Jordan never gave us is he never had a scene where the two of them tried to decide where they were going to go for dinner. But I think he would have nailed it.
Yeah. So what was I going to say? It's what was I going to do? I forgot what I was going to say now. My God, I'm having a brain fart right now.
My joke was that oppressively stupid. It just knocked the thoughts right out of your head.
No, it's not. No, it's not you. It's me.
Is it still related to this?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Here's my thought.
Bit about this is that it isn't just young women. Like the joke here is that actually women never age out of this. Because as soon as he's done with Elaine, Moraine then comes up and does the exact same thing, where she's like, "Well, why did you send Perrin back to the Two Rivers?" And Rand goes, "Well, because I'm too important to the to be dealing with the Two Rivers." And Moraine's basically like, "Yes, but you still should have told me that was your plan." And it's almost like it builds on itself. That they never age out of it.
I'll say this. There's last block of chapters, the most insufferable character was Fael. In this block of chapters, it's not Fael.
Many such cases.
It's Avienda.
I would say that's the whole book, but that we don't have enough time to talk about all the problems with Fael.
Yeah, so Fael was better in this block than the last block. I mean, last time what'd she do? She tries to murder Verlaine. Because of overparent, basically, takes out a knife and tries to.
Cases.
And you said the most annoying character in this block was Elaine.
Avienda. Elaine's not in this block, really.
Okay, all right.
Because
not as often as you would think.
For this block, I'm sure. I mean, I'm not saying overall, but like just for this block. Especially when they're on their way to the Cold Rocks Holder, I believe that's where they're going, and she just keeps harassing Rand the entire time. I was like, Rand, smack her or something. Use the power, do something. He's just like, not. And then he's like, show me. He's like, you gotta show me some respect. And Rourke laughs. He's like, that's not what we do. A clan leader is, or I forget what were they, how they play.
Clan chief is not a king.
Chief.
Not a wetlander.
Clan chief is not a king. We don't follow your wetlander customs here. So, and they can talk whatever they want.
There's a good reason for Elaine doing what she did because she's just nuts. There's a good reason for Avienda, which will probably get revealed at a later time. So we'll save that one for you. And there's a good reason why Fael mellows out in these chapters, and we'll discuss that in detail as well when we get there.
Yes,
it's all good characterization.
Yeah, and I like how like Rand is just like he doesn't like to force people to do stuff, and he keeps asking Matt, it's like, Matt, are you sure you want to come with? He's like, yeah, I gotta come. He's like, I gotta come with because of the I forget, it's the Aelfin that are the snake people, right?
Yeah,
and the Eelfin are the foxes. Okay.
Yeah.
So I already
So I'm just going to tell you right now, the differentiation is irrelevant from here on out. Just refer to them as the Aelfin and the Aelfin.
Or the snakes and foxes.
Snakes and foxes. Just assume it's one big group.
Yeah, I just call them the Fin.
The Fin, yeah, perfect.
Okay.
This is also a fun bit of characterization for Matt, because this is the first time that somebody calls Matt out on his Matt-isms of he's like, well, I'm not a hero, and Rand just goes, okay, leave, and he's like, well, I'm not doing that, but like, I'm mad about not being asked about it.
So apparently, So apparently we got. So apparently we learned quite a bit. We learned that they introduced the Shido. One thing we learned is that in the wetlands they are sworn by the water oath, in order so they don't shed blood on the other side. So when they're in the waste or the threefold land, it's all game. But in the wetlands and in the Rand land, they are obligated not to do that.
Well, specifically on the mission that they were sent to do, which was to find he who comes with the dawn.
Yeah.
So afterwards, bets are off. So there's nothing particular about Randland. It's just anybody who the wise ones and the clan chiefs sent over to find Rand.
Yeah.
They made them swear a water oath that they would leave feuds kind of behind. And I think that plays in a little bit more with between Gaul and Bane and Chiad.
Yeah,
because I think there's also a blood feud there.
Yeah, so I forget the Stone Dogs. So what are the Stone Dogs known for?
They're kind of like the police force.
Okay.
So they're like thief. I think that's them, thief catchers, or maybe that was Red Shields. I forget, but.
Because Gaul is a stone dog, and I forget what the Stone Dogs are known for. I know that they cover the back. They're like the defenders or something. They cover like the back of the column usually.
I think that the differences between the Aiel societies are probably insufficiently gone into to really, like you'll get into some of them, but what is more important with the Aiel societies is who is a member of what society is sometimes relevant, and the way the societies interact with each other is sometimes relevant. But the Aiel that we learn the most about are going to be the maidens, and you learn substantially less about all the other societies. So I wouldn't fixate too much on trying to understand like which one of these. We as the reader get indications that yes, the societies do have different roles, and like sometimes someone will propose like, oh, we should use red shields for this, and it'll be like, yeah, that's exactly what red shields should be used for. But us viewing the story of the Aiel primarily through Rand's eyes, like I'm not sure that we get that level of expertise.
The key thing to note is essentially that Aiel clans kind of hate each other, or that there are differing levels of clan to clan relationships. But within clans, there are also the societies, and the societies won't war with one another. So a Tardad Red Shield would not fight a Shaido or Shido Red Shield because they're part of the same society. So there's a peace between societies, and that could also affect kind of Aiel relationships as well.
So so I forget the level. There's
clans, and within clans there's sept, and then a non-clan type of association would be a society or a warrior society.
Yeah,
okay,
so there are red shields in every clan. And there are maidens in every clan.
Think of it like playing cards. There's a hearts, and a hearts will fight with a diamond, but a 7 of hearts won't fight with a 7 of diamonds. And then this is all very important to note, not at all. And this is something you catch in your second and third and fourth read through, because they're basically just sort of the Fremen in Dune is basically what they are. So
Sure.
I don't mean to say that the Aiel's clans and septs and whatnot aren't really important, but they're basically Rand's army at this point. And there's some stuff that's going to come around in late game books, but for the most part, the Aiel are the Aiel. The maidens are the maidens. Maybe that's worth notching, but for the most part, if it seems like they're a very foreign entity and sort of foreign culture, that's mainly what he's trying to hit you with, is that they are foreign and different than everything you've seen so far. The foreignness in itself is the main crux of the what's being put forth.
Okay, all right.
I would push back a little bit on the Fremen Dune thing, just like I would push back on anyone who makes the comment that Dane brought up and that Trip brings up in the chat of the Tolkien clone aspect of the series. I think that is a very superficial, I think that's a critique some people throw out there. I think that the similarities kind of end at they're a desert warrior people, which is actually a thing that exists in literature widely beyond
far before Dune.
Well.
Yes,
and so I don't think that. I don't think that is a fair comparison, but I think that your general point is correct. That the foreignness, the strangeness, the isolation. And then you saw the visions in this section of the series, right? So you get to learn why the Aiel are the way that they are.
Yes.
And it kind of all starts to come together.
Yep. That's yep. I can't wait to get to that. So last few things, I think the last thing I wanted to get at was so apparently Avienda is with them because apparently she can channel now. And so she was ordered, because I think originally she wanted to go with Perrin and the rest of, and with, I think she wanted to go with Perrin. No, she wanted to go with Elaine. I think she wanted to go to Tanchico with Elaine and Nynaeve initially. And they're like...
But the reason why Avienda had an affinity with Elaine and Egwene and Nynaeve, why they got along, was because they could channel. So that invariably happens. They felt the spark in one another.
Yeah.
And they struck up a friendship kind of because of it. So that there was an interesting bit of world building or consistency with something pre-established.
And I think, and didn't Egwene say the same thing? I think Egwene said the same thing too. So, so Avienda is with them. She doesn't want to be there. She doesn't want to. She wants to remain a maiden of the spear instead of becoming a wise. Wise one. It's so she's kind of moody for that reason, and plus the whole Rand. So she feels really protective of Elaine. Like she just feels so protective, and she's not letting Rand have any of it. And so I think their first encounter here was the portal stone is well hidden. The portal stone is really well hidden. They're trying to. I think they're trying to go to the one that's east of Tyr, and they can't find it. And so they send out some Aiel to scout and to locate it. And Avienda, I think, was the one that was able to locate it. And then he goes up there, and then she makes some. She just acts all nasty to Rand, and it's funny. It's at the same time, Matt is just when Rand reveals that they're going to be taking the portal stone. I like Matt's reaction. Matt's like, bloody ashes. We're going to go through this shit again. And I was just like, oh shit. Yeah, right. Flicker, flicker of living thousands and thousands and probably who knows how many lives within 3 months. So, yeah. So yeah, it just made me want to think what would that really be like? And I mean, it's just it's insane. So I thought so I liked Matt's reaction. I liked how like there was a little bit of tension on his end. Like, okay, what's going to happen with them attempting this time? And so he doesn't. I think Rand he has an Ongriel out. So he takes an Ongriel, a male Sidene Ongriel from the excuse me, from Tyr, from the I forget what you call it,
the Great Holding.
The Great Holding. And he uses it, and he's just like, okay, which symbol do I choose for this? And he has Matt, I think he has Matt flip a coin or something. And because of that, that's how he chooses which symbol to use. And that's how they wink out of existence.
Yeah, that's one of the symbols. So I think there's a couple of symbols that they have to activate in order to do the portal stone correctly. One of them, I think, was the Ruidian location that Ruark provided some background for, and then the other one about like, well, do we go to the real world or do we take a trip through Flickerland?
Yeah.
So there's two triangles. There's two triangles. There's a triangle it's an equilateral triangle. One's vertical, and then one's pointed in one direction. But there's a zigzag arrow inside that triangle, pointing the opposite direction towards the vertical side. And then there's a mirrored triangle. Those are the two that he has to pick.
And Brian, sadly, just in time for you to become an expert on the portal stones, they're about to introduce a new method of getting from place to place.
Okay.
So don't worry about it too much.
They just keep doing all the things. That's true. I think the thing that I like about this is the reliance on Matt's kind of luck, which I like because I think it might be the only time in the series. I guess Dane, you can tell me if you think I'm wrong. It might be the only time in the series that Rand overtly acknowledges Matt being unusually lucky, and I think it might be the only time that anyone the band there are people in Matt's orbit that acknowledge that he's super lucky, but most of the rest of the people in the series weirdly don't acknowledge this. And I kind of like Rand's everyone's lives, the fate of the world. Matt, I don't know, you just pick.
And Egwene gets mad about it, which is also great.
Always,
it's especially funny when you get into the Tanchico bits and how they very much do not do that, and in fact almost do exactly the opposite.
It's almost a good little look into the way that men and women deal with problems.
I'll just toss a coin.
All right, but
Robert Jordan probably had strong feelings about the trope of men not being willing to ask for directions.
All right, so now we're on chapter 23. So now it's called Beyond the Stones. Now we're in the Waste. We are in Shandir near Roidion. And so apparently Roidion is this big major city that is just completely engulfed by clouds. And so I believe our heroes are really high up. They're on the Shandir is on the mountain. And I believe Roidion is in a valley, I believe. It's in a valley directly below them. So apparently Moraine gets angry with Rand right away. She's like, "What the hell? Why are you overextending yourself? Why are you overextending yourself doing all this?" Because Rand's just the energy has been taken. He's got this insane fatigue from basically carrying everybody to the waste. Yeah. So
Homeboy moved an army literally across the world in an instant, and Moraine's mad at him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she was trying really hard to not be impressed.
Yes.
Yeah, and I like how Rand is angry at her for not asking to heal him or to heal his fatigue first. So so apparently they appear, and there's 3 camps. There's the Jindo camp, there's the bigger Shido camp, and then there's the Wise Ones encampment. And first thing that happens, Avienda tries to sneak away, and the Wise Ones, they catch her. Like, get the fuck back here. Get back here. You got shit to do. So apparently, so the Wise Ones. We meet. Well, there's obviously Amis, who Egwene talked to in Teleron Riyadh. Now we meet Sayana. We meet Bear, who is the elder. Bear's the elder Wise One, and then we meet. I think the youngest one is Melaine. I think. Yeah. So we meet those
the
4.
Guild Parade shows up.
Golden Girls.
The Golden Girls, and
Melaine's in like her late 20s, so she's not that old.
Wait, who's in her? Oh, Melaine,
okay. The young one. She actually is quite young.
Because I think they say she's like supposed to be 10 years Rand senior or something like that. I forget exactly what it is, but so we also so the Jindo are led by Hearn. I think it's Hearn, and the Shido are led by Couladin. And kinda. Okay, so
yeah, the Shido are there. Yeah. The Shido are there because their clan chief is dead, and so they kind of went en masse, and they're trying to select a new clan chief, which is one of the primary reasons why people go to Ruidian. They either send in young men with the potential to become clan chiefs, or they send in young women to become Wise Ones.
And so before
relevant is that Couladin is not the one who they sent, right?
No, it was his brother. It was his brother Muradin.
Yeah, so Muradin's in there, and then Couladin says if Muradin doesn't come back, but he will because he's the best.
And then what's funny is Couladin's like, it's my. He's arguing with the Wise Ones. It's like, it's my right to go in. I'm going to go in if I want, and they're like, no, you have the right to ask us, and that's it. And
the other relevant thing, and I believe this is, I'm recalling this correctly. It is not at all usual for him to be there with like the entire clan, right?
I don't think it's established that they have the whole clan. It is somewhat.
It's a large group though. Like
it's probably double the size of the Jindo. It's double the size of the Jindo. That's something Mr. Jordan made very clear.
Yeah. So the size of the group is very unusual. So
it seems like they're up to something. To quote Severus Snape.
So I was a big fan of the idea that the Shido are just going to continue sending young men through Ruidian until somebody gets back. Like, doesn't matter how many we fucking lose as long as somebody gets back. But no,
it's not necessarily young men, right? Because I think there are some clan chiefs that like you'll find out essentially when you find out about Rand's lineage that his own father was kind of very, very young to become a clan chief. I think he was in his 30, maybe not even 40. So they won't just necessarily send in the 18-year-old warrior type to try and become a clan chief.
It makes sense if you think about it, that I believe you have to be a sept chief and then you go a second time. No, they only go once.
No.
Yeah.
The men only go once, and it's usually like the clan, the logical potential clan chiefs. They'll kind of all decide. I know there's a later character who it's later on in the series, but he also has the idea like, okay, we've been without a clan chief for this long. Let's go to Ruidian.
Yeah, so Gadfly is getting the same thing as that I was kind of thinking through. That I think they're sept chiefs first, which I guess would. Am I misremembering that the sept chiefs I guess wouldn't go then? It would just be the clan chiefs, or do the sept chiefs also go?
Well, so the clan is made up of septs, but they wouldn't necessarily like. They would probably either select a couple, and then kind of.
What I'm saying is, do sept chiefs go to Ruidian, or is it only clan chiefs? Do they go and get marked and all that stuff? That's the thing I'm trying to remember.
No, you become a clan chief if you come out of Ruidian.
Yeah. So then
So you,
the
you,
sub
you might
chiefs-
go in a sept chief, and you might be
Yep.
selected by among the other sept chiefs. Is like we think you're probably the best, so why don't you go first? And then if you don't come out, then they might pick an alternative.
Yeah. So I think my recollection was generally correct then, and I kind of talked myself into a weird kind of like point on it that it's you're a sept chief first, and then you get selected to go become a clan chief, with maybe the rare exception that somebody might just be selected to be the clan chief who wasn't already a sept chief.
Because Muradin and Couladin are brothers.
Yeah.
So I don't think they're sept chiefs because they're probably from the same sept. Maybe one of them was a chief or not, but anyway.
Yeah, but anything that the Shido do is not necessarily indicative of the way it's supposed to be done.
Anyway, it's a difference between a formal rule among the Aiel versus common practice. But again, now we're bombarding Brian with lore that he'll never have to remember because this literally never comes up again.
So Trip has a question. Do we know how the method of choosing a clan chief was started, that they had to go in and learn their history?
Yeah, that's in the start of the first vision.
Okay. Gen Aiel. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Okay. So apparently Rand has to go to Rhuidean. Him and Matt have to both go to Rhuidean. They both ask. Well, I don't think I know Matt has to ask permission. I forget. Does Rand have to ask permission too?
Rand asks permission, quite formally, and they grant it to him. Then Matt asks leave to go, and they're all kind of shocked, and they say no. And then Rand says,
"He's coming."
I say he can go, or he's coming with me.
I kind of like
bring change, kind of shit.
I kind of like. I thought that was fun. And then you got Couladin reacting to it. He's like, no wetlanders can go through there. And then I think there's nice little bout of tension going on between Couladin and Rand now. So
yeah, but recall too that Couladin's not the only Aiel to react negatively to seeing Rand as he is, right? Because he's wearing wetlander clothes and he carries a sword. And obviously you find out a little bit later how significant that is for the Aiel. But Avienda has an initial dislike to Rand for the same reason that Couladin does. They see the clothes, they see the sword, and they see him as a wetlander and a weakling.
Oh, I see. I mean, yeah. I mean, can't run like 20 miles really quickly or something. Like that's why they don't run
jump kicks or flippy kicks and that kind of
jump kicks and flippy kicks and all that. Yeah. But yeah, so Couladin attacks Matt, and of course they have to kind of break them up and all that. And then they're all basically everyone is dismissed, and I think Rand and Matt ultimately have to they get the permission and they have to leave. They can't take any they can't take anything. They can't take any weapons. They can't take any food or water. And so they leave. They leave. They go down the mountain. They're like, maybe we should have asked to take a horse or to ride.
Right. You're skipping the best part, and that is just like the impressed looks that the Aiel give Matt for just the amount of knives that he had hidden on him.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. He's like, yeah.
And then he stops and he remembers, oh wait, I still got this one. He pulls it out.
I forget. He has them up his sleeve. He has them like in his on his boots, and
he's got one hanging down his back.
He's got his Galadriel knife, probably.
Oh yeah. Oh,
So Rand and Matt leave the stage. So I forget this is in the Egwene chapter. So Lan apparently is well known to the Aiel too. He's known as on a line, I believe that's how it's pronounced. Analine or whatever, on a line. Basically, being he's waging his own war with the Shadow. He's the last of the kingdom of Malkier. So fights his own war.
Is it a man who is the people unto himself, or something like that? Like a man who is a whole people, something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. A man who is one man who is a whole nation.
Mm-hmm. And so apparently there's a nice little, there's a nice little chain where they find out, like if they didn't come, if one person didn't come, they die. If another person didn't come with them, they die or something like that. I'm trying to remember what exactly was said. If like Rand didn't come, then the Aiel would all die, or if Moraine didn't come, then Rand would die, and then if Lan didn't come, Moraine would die. I think that's how it was. I don't remember exactly what it was, and I remember I think Matt said I think the Aelfin or the Snake people told Matt, oh, if he doesn't come to Rhuidean, he's gonna die or something. And
yeah, he would have sidestepped his fate and then would be of no more use for the pattern, and his thread would have been snipped.
Okay, okay. So so apparently now with this so apparently Avienda gets sent to so there's the 3 rings that Avienda and Moraine get sent to for they have to take off their clothes, and then they have to go down to Rhuidean, and they have to go through an equivalent they get 3 rings is basically Terangriel, and it's equivalent to the arches in the White Tower, if I remember correctly. So
it's not stated explicitly, but you are drawing absolutely the correct comparison or the same parallel. There's a slight difference in this one, which you'll find out later. But
that was what I was going to ask. I was curious if we were going to see what Moraine or Avienda experience in the rings, and I'm assuming they go through each of the rings. Is that how it works, or do they only have one experience?
You go through each ring once. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we shouldn't spoil kind of what it is, but I mean, even for the characters, no, it's less. For Avienda, there's an explanation kind of what her character is, but that pays off relatively soon. And similarly with Moraine, she's going to gain something from this experience, and she's going to kind of lay it out. So it's only a book or 2 away, but it's different.
That was good.
Yeah, it's different from what the Aes Sedai test for accepted is, because you've seen that a couple of times, right? You've seen that from Nynaeve's perspective in Egwene.
Yeah,
where they show you what was, what is, and what could be, and each of those tests is a temptation, right? That they need to find the way back, which is basically they are tempted with something from their past, their present, or their future, and they have to want to be Aes. Yeah, they have to want to be Aes Sedai, and that's the message of the Aes Sedai Terangrial that they use. The one in Rhuidean is different. And it's more tied to creating wise ones, because what it does is you'll find out it bequeaths wisdom.
Okay.
Through its method.
So no, the arch will only appear once. Be steadfast.
We don't believe so, but similarly to the Aes Sedai test, they go through naked. So maybe the Terangrials don't like clothes either, or this could just be patriarchy. Because Matt and Rand got to go in their clothes, and Moraine and Avienda have to go butt naked.
And okay, so that's pretty cool.
And obviously, as has been well established, Robert Jordan really laid it on very thick. He's clearly very perverted, strange with it. It wasn't like it just kind of got mentioned and then like moved on as another thing about like the strangeness of the culture and different cultures having different sort of rules and whatever. No. It was really focused in on, for those playing at home who want to talk about the patriarchy. Oh wait, that wasn't it at all. Sorry, I was thinking about the show.
Okay, and all right. So moving forward, so we finally get to Egwene. This whole chapter's been from her point of view, and everybody's been ignoring her. And so she's like, "Hey, I'm Egwene. I'm here for the training." And they're like, "Later, child. We still have shit to do." So, so like they still have to deal with so they're dealing with Moraine. I think they're still talking to Moraine, and they go to the tents, they go for water and shade. So they're still with him. We learn about I think Moraine starts like asking about like what like where the Aiel term the dedicated comes from, and then they just like anything that regards Rhuidean everybody is mum about. Like they shut up. Like anything, any questions about it. Like even when Rand was asking questions, confirming from the book about writing on whether or not it was true or not from Ruark, he didn't say no comment whatsoever. So, and it seems to be the same. It seems to be the same here. So, but what they do go into quite a bit is the whole their whole Guy Shane and G-A-To honor, their little honor system that they do. So apparently instead of killing each other, they you just have to touch somebody who's holding a weapon, and they become your Guy Shane apparently. And there's a running joke. There's a running joke that the wise ones laugh about a dude who was raiding one of the other places, and he touched a woman who was holding a kitchen knife, and she demanded to be his Guy Shane, butter knife, and demanded to be his Guy Shane. And they thought it was the funniest thing. And Egwene is just like, what? And that's kind of how I was too when I first read this. I was like, what is this? And Pipsy had to explain it to me, what it was and where it came from. Apparently it came from the was it the Cherokee?
So
there are plenty of Plains Indians tribes that were kind of like this, and you'd see this in not necessarily even Plains Indians. I'm pretty sure the Inca had kind of similar ritualistic systems going up, but it's like the least amount of skill in battle was to kill someone, but it took a lot of skill to sneak up behind someone and like touch them on the shoulder type thing.
Tag, you're it.
I don't want to get too far down the rabbit hole here. It is, I think from a historical perspective, it is more one of the sort of like noble savage kind of tropes about a lot of these Indian tribes than it is a super widespread and like long-standing historic practice. A lot of people think that it maybe started being more of a thing as populations of these different Indian tribes started being decimated by European diseases and things like that. So the benefit to the tribe was to get captives rather than to kill the other tribe, because your population was dwindling due to smallpox and all that stuff. So there's some interesting like historical stuff, but I think the Plains nations were the general origin of this type of thing. And like Dane said, it's not an alternative to killing, but it is a more honorable sort of thing, right? And I think the key thing in this is that it explains a key kind of question that I think otherwise the reader would really have about the Aiel, which is like, how is it that you have these tribes that are constantly engaged in warfare, living in an austere environment, and yet don't have a decimated population, right?
Like, how are they still alive? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So the like counting coup, which is what it was called, sort of broadly speaking among like Plains tribes, was like dialed up to 11, where it's like now like a core part of their culture. And actually, as you saw through the visions, the name itself actually like really speaks to the nature of the Aiel and their historical roots. So it kind of answers a few needs in the Aiel society for the reader, I think.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm curious if this, like, I know they bring up that the Guy Shane are basically, they're in the white robes, and they're basically they're serving. They have to serve for a year, and I think it's a year and a day, right? Year. So 1 year and a day. I'm curious if this, I mean, I know he brings this up, and we kind of understand now especially when they're traveling, that the Guy Shane in particular are the ones that put up the tents for the, and serve the wise ones, I'm sure, and whoever else. I'm curious if, like, is there any particular Guy Shane or that's going to become a major character, or is this kind of just for world building, for just building up on the Aiel culture?
There are characters that you've met that become Guy Shane.
Okay, then read and find out.
More, yeah, it's more the other way.
Okay,
so yeah,
I'm kind of curious who. So we'll find. I guess I'll read and find out. Several books away. I'm guessing.
Now you might get excited, and then you won't get excited when you actually read it.
Okay, exactly. So, so, so the last bit of the last point of this chapter is finally Egwene herself. She's like, "Oh, Moraine went to Moraine goes to the Three Rings. Avienda goes to the Three Rings. I guess I'll go to the Three Rings too. You stay fucking put, child. You got shit to do, and you're gonna take in all of our instruction. If you don't, if you forget a single bit of the points that we're making." You're gonna have to wash all the dishes tonight, or I forget exactly. Is that what it was? Or scrubbing everything? I forget what it was. The Gaishain are not going to do their work. You're going to do the Gaishain's work for them, if I remember correctly. And okay, sent to scrub pots. Yeah. So if I was in her position, I'd probably be scrubbing pots every freaking day, every freaking night.
Dude, if the wise ones just ended up being kind of carrying through on their threat, Egwene should be freaking scrubbing pots every night because she does not behave.
Yeah, that's true.
She doesn't do as she's told at all.
Especially once we get to chapter 35. Yeah, I thought that was. Yeah. I'll be honest. That was fun. That was. I mean, I'm kind of jumping ahead here, but that particular chapter was fun to listen to. It was fun to listen to with Kate Redding, narrating all that. I thought that was great. But yeah, so that's basically chapter 23. So she starts learning about Teleron Riyadh. So now we go back to Rand and Matt, and they are on their way down to Rhuidean. They see naked Avienda running past them.
Matt sees her.
Rand doesn't. I guess Rand doesn't really notice or anything. And Rand's like
that doesn't seem like anything to me.
Yeah, exactly. So but yeah, Matt's like, Rand's like, you don't have to do this, you don't have to come, you can turn back if you want to. And he's like, well, why are you going then? And we thought that Rand was going because of the snake people told him so, and Rand reveals that was not the reason. I forget what Rand. Yeah, so I forget.
Saying, Matt says, like, maybe that's just what they tell everybody. Just go to Rhuidean. Just go there. Maybe that's exactly like they just tell everybody. And then Rand is like, they didn't tell me that, dude.
Yeah, so I forget where. He did was it revealed here where he got the idea to go to Rhuidean? Was it from reading in Tyr or something?
So Rand started
reading the prophecies.
Rand started reading the prophecies and putting it on himself to like interpret the prophecies for himself, right? Moraine took up issue with that in an earlier chapter. It's like he's decided to figure out for himself what thousands of scholars have poured over for thousands of years. But that's where he got into the stone. He thrust his sword to hold their hearts.
Yeah.
Passage. He knew that he was.
I forgot about that. That's true.
Yeah.
he makes one of his own things come to life. Yeah. One of his own prophecies.
Yeah. He kind of figured out for himself kind of what it is, but he also kind of got the realization, like, if I'm going to conquer, I need to have an army behind me. Tyr's not enough. Who could it be? Well, I got these Aiel at the stone already following me, and then he started pouring over the prophecies for Aiel kind of related prophecies. So
okay. All right. So that makes sense.
Again, but the other thing to see is twice and twice will he be marked, right? He's got the two herons, but he doesn't have any dragons. And then he sees Ruark has got a dragon on his arm. So that probably clued him in as well.
So I think it's still worth pointing out that Rand is still very much kind of stumbling in the dark here. So like on one hand, it's a plan. On the other hand, it's like very much kind of a crazy Hail Mary. So I see Stable Bow in the chat saying, Rand's plan was way better than Moraine's. And it's like, well, because Rand's plan worked out, right? Like if Rand's plan had not worked out, then it would have been a terrible plan. Obviously, like the Taviran effect, all that kind of stuff. Like
Rand's plan had to work out.
He was going to go to the right place because that's where he actually needed to be. And in hindsight, we learned that like a lot of the prophecies about the dragon actually do talk about the Aiel in a lot of significant ways, right? So like, but Rand didn't know that. So I mean,
The only thing I'm going to
most-
object to is that Rand isn't stumbling in the dark. He is marching straight back and proudly in the dark.
fair. I will allow that is more correct. Yes.
So, yep. All right, Brian, what do we got?
All right. So apparently, so they're walking. So apparently, like I said earlier, so Roydion is completely encased by fog. Apparently, a blue fog, a glowy fog, if I remember correctly. And I think they go inside, and they find a fountain. And well, Rand uses it, channels some water. Pulls a, well, not quite pulls a Moses. Moses hits the rock, but just the whole, the water in the, what I mean.
Yep.
But yeah, so they're drinking, they're taking some drink. Were they allowed to do it? Who knows? But who cares? And they get to the plaza. And there's all these ter'angreal all over the place. Like it's nuts. And then at the same time, there's a so we finally get to see a Vendisaur. So Vendisaur, I believe, was mentioned several times. I believe in Eye of the World, maybe in all three of them. I don't remember.
Yes,
but
a Vendisaur is mentioned very earlier on because it's in Rand's head. Like even on Winter Night when
I was to say it's
when Tam is having his fever dream, and then like the Green Man, Aiel, a Vendisaur, like very early on it gets established. A Vendisaur is definitely mentioned at the Eye of the World because Matt wants to go rest under it, and the Green Man basically mentions that he hasn't rested under those leaves for thousands of years. The countries on the west coast, so Ered Daman, Toman Head, Almuth Plain, Terabon, kind of use a Vendisaur as a symbol. We don't really kind of get to learn kind of why they have that association with the tree. And then there's also a Vendel Dara. So this also gets established very early on, was that the Aiel who made peace with no one made peace with the Kairienen, and their peace offering was a sapling of the Tree of Life. And Laman was convinced to cut that tree down after 500 years and make a throne out of it, and that's what precipitated the Aiel War.
Do we ever learn what made Laman do that?
Yes.
Was it okay? Because apparently we learn
you can probably guess ballpark.
I think the same
you
person
get to know
who told
exactly. Yeah, it's
no. I'm just
Katara
saying
Morosa.
that right now he could probably guess ballpark. Like
a certain Aes Sedai character. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought so.
It's like who's a raging asshole throughout the series? Oh, the White Tower.
Well,
yeah.
who's pulling the strings everywhere? But that's the mind-boggling part. Is essentially the Aes Sedai pulling the strings, starting a war in which thousands upon thousands of people died and a country gets ruined, all so that Rand could be born where he was born.
And Kyrie doesn't even have oil there, as far as we know. So kind of an anomaly.
So
Mayen would be the oil that Shoals, by the way. If those of you guys keeping track at home, that's where the Aes Sedai should have gone to war. But
question: do we ever go to where Berlane's from?
Yep. Read and find out.
Of course. Thank you.
Dane's just giving layups.
It's not a spoiler. That's not a spoiler. That's giving me something to look forward to, Pips.
You're going to go to Mayen at some point in the next 3 million words. That's not a spoiler.
Yeah, but even though Nerdtorial is not playing the game tonight, he's supposed to be taking a drink every time we say "read and find out." And I have to live vicariously through him taking shots for "read and find out."
Oh well, I do.
Don't shot block me, Dane.
Don't shot block.
I'll drink to that.
So there's a whole lot of so apparently they say the glass columns are like concentric circles. So when they say concentric circles, they mean like looking at from like a plan view from top down. So like that's how the columns are organized in a circle, basically.
That is what concentric means.
Yeah. All right. Well, I wasn't sure if it was from a plan view or I don't know. It was just I was looking at. I was trying to really understand the description. So.
And we're just not going to let you say stuff like that and get away with it. Apparently, I like it.
Okay, of course, yeah. Thank you.
Alex joined the stream and chose violence.
Sorry, man. No.
So apparently,
Brian, it's not really that important how it's arranged, but yet what is actually kind of more cool is to kind of go through some of the items that get described, like all the different ter'angreal.
Mm-hmm. There's the red doorway from the stone. Looks slightly different. You got what else do we got? There's I think there's two people. There's like two tiny little I think figurines or something. I'm trying to see. I think there's two figurines and there's
flat silver ring 10 feet across, as thin as a blade,
holding a crystal sphere. A man and a woman each holding a crystal sphere, about a foot tall. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, and so Rand goes. So I think Rand's like, okay, I'm leaving. I'm going into the glass columns, and Matt's like, should I go with him? And then I think he tries to toss a coin, and the coin lands saying no. And then
it lands on its edge, and then it falls to like no.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay.
And Matt is beginning. You don't know because it's from Matt's point of view. This chapter, right? Is Rand deliberately using the power to knock the coin a particular way, or not? That's left open for interpretation.
It seemed like you winked out of existence. Can you repeat that?
Oh, so
the question is whether or not the Tavirans influence each other. So the coin lands face or on its side.
It's just when I read that part, I first thought of you're gonna laugh at me. I thought of Qui-Gon Jinn and Watto in the Phantom Menace, him manipulating the dice. You know, who's gonna go, the mother or the son, and all that. So, sorry, I just and I'm convinced that Rand did that. I think he did. I think he did that. So, but
I like to think that he didn't, but Matt still accuses him of doing it.
Yeah.
Agreed. I think that is one. I mean, that would be the thing that is consistent with Matt's, for lack of a better word, powers, right? Like his luck. That like we know Matt shouldn't go through the glass columns, and so it would be weird if he were to flip a coin and get a like yes you should. I think that it's the reason it lands on the edge is probably the interaction of two Taviran in such close proximity. Chances, whatever it is. But at the end of the day, Matt's coin flips are going to come up the way they're supposed to come up.
Okay.
Except when they land on edge, which is usually at like turning points or critical moments.
Which it is, because Matt had to be somewhere else during this.
Anyway, Brian, he goes into the door frame, doesn't he?
He does. He goes into the red doorway, and instead of he's in a different room this time. And
I love this perspective when he first gets in there, and like how confused he is to like not be in the same place. And like he went in like really amped and ready for a fight, And,
he had thought about his new questions. He was going to ask his new questions now.
Yeah,
and it's one of those like, I mean, I think intentional from Robert Jordan's perspective, but like still feels like an unintentionally funny scene where you're just getting like full Matt POV of just like angry, frustrated confusion as to like why they're not playing by the rules they're supposed to play by.
And he made assumptions. He made assumptions about these people. He thought he felt they followed the same rules. They didn't. They don't ask this time. They don't ask questions. I always
thought Matt was just a total dick in this part. Like even on my first read, I'm like, just like, why aren't you just? Maybe I'm just too Canadian, but it's like, just be polite to them. You don't have to call them sons of goats. Like
that is potentially too Canadian. I think that's fair.
If somebody made me walk for an hour to get to a meeting room, and then I sat down and they didn't like respond in any way, I also would be getting annoyed. So
and they pretended, and from your perspective, they pretended that they didn't know that they had a meeting with you.
Yes.
That's right. So they kept walking for a whole hour, or what he felt was an hour. We don't know for sure. Down the corridor, and I think if to him it seemed like he was going in a loop. Like he kept passing the same room over and over and over and over again. Yeah, and then he gets to the chamber where the Fox people are, and they don't say anything. And he's
people
just
say
like,
this shouldn't have been an animated TV show. Of course, it should have been animated.
Absolutely.
It literally uses the same background over and over.
Yeah, exactly.
Took the shit right out of Scooby Doo. Like,
yeah, honestly, yeah. Trip has a great point in the chat. You should bring that up.
Sure. Which one? The Dane one, the latest one.
What else would she be complaining about? Yes, I am.
Okay. So apparently, so he assumes that they follow the same rules as the snake people, where he asks questions, they'll answer. They don't answer. He basically he gets angry. He gets angry to the point where he just spouts off, "I want to be." I forget what does he say. I want the holes in my memory to be filled. And they're like, done. I want to be free of vice and I want to be away from them. Done. And then they're like, okay, what's the payment? Oh, you don't have payment? We're going to hang you. And then he starts feeling he can't breathe. Something around his throat and he can't breathe. And that's how the chapter ends. I was like, shit, dude.
He didn't set a price. They didn't negotiate a price first. So he started demanding what is want. So that's what you find out later, but no spoilers at this point. What the Alefin will give you are 3 true answers to questions. And what the Eelfin will give you is 3 wishes.
Yeah.
But it needs to be negotiated. And there's other cool stuff in here too, like the Alefin or Eelfin here asks him like if he's got musical instruments or any iron and
or devices of light, I believe is the other one. I forget where that's from. I forget. Is that from like? I'm trying to remember where that's from.
It'll come up, but it
just old school, fairy tales of
tales.
Old school fairies. So iron, especially like anything made out of iron, is broadly in a lot of mythology and things like that is not a thing that the Fae like cold iron has an effect on a lot of sort of mythological creatures.
Okay. Never heard that one before. So, all right, but yeah. So that's
read the Dresden Files.
Read the Dresden Files.
In the Gadfly fiction in here can probably tell you all of the great sort of Arthurian kind of legends and much more highbrow sort of references there.
And plus, I'm something from a certain city, right? Right, Pips?
You should. I mean, the fact that you haven't read the Dresden Files and you are a fantasy, aficionado living in Chicago is like a little bit offensive.
Yeah, well, I'm guessing that lowers my that lowers or raises my EPG score, my Pips environmental Pips score.
So I want to see. So Brian, you've read up to chapter 37 now, but are you getting a sense of what exactly Matt got for his wishes?
Yeah.
Because you're right. He asked for holes in his memory, free from Aes Sedai, and to be away from them. So
it was pretty much shown and paid off in 37. So when I first listened to 37, I was a little underwhelmed, but then when I read it, I was like, oh, I didn't take in this Manetheren detail, and pick up on that. So yeah, he starts hearing legends and he starts putting together what truly happened, especially with some popular stories. and all that. So, and let's just say a certain item he acquires, he's pretty skilled at it. So, is that what you're getting at? Is that what you're getting at, Dane?
Yeah, it's so
Okay.
he's got a new type of spear that he was kind of hanged on. He's got
black
a medallion.
hafted spear.
Yeah, he's got a medallion, and all of a sudden he has knowledge.
So what is the purpose? Maybe I guess that's a read and find out. The medallion.
Yep, solid read and find out.
Yeah, I thought so. Okay,
but
so
getting back to mythology and whatnot, so a key parable that they that gets said about Matt is that he represents Odin, who is hanged from the tree of knowledge.
Okay.
So in this section, you get a hanging scene, and Matt gets his hanging scar and whatnot, but he comes away from Ruidian with a lot of knowledge because he wanted the holes in his memory filled, and they were filled by the Ilfin.
Okay. Is that, I forget, is that Yggdrasil, or is that that's a tree of life, right? That's not the tree of knowledge.
That might be Tolkien. I don't know.
Yggdrasil is Norse mythology. So.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Rhuidean. All right. That pretty much is chapter 24. So now we're on the cream of the crop, the meats and potatoes of this section. So Rand has entered the glass columns to Rangriel, and first thing he sees Muradin, and Muradin is just like in a state of. He's in a state of, he's not moving, he's not doing anything. He just appears.
He's been binge watching Netflix for about 5 days.
He's binge watching Star Trek: The Next Generation, The Inner Light, on repeat, because that was my impression reading these two chapters. Was Rand was going through something equivalent, maybe not to the same extent that Picard went through in The Inner Light, where when he encountered this probe, and the probe links itself to Picard, and Picard experiences a lifetime of memories from the creator of that probe, from that dead solar system, in a course of 20 minutes. So it kind of makes me wonder how long this entire segment took place. I forget if they ever did they reveal that, Dane, how long this entire thing took. They did.
It's been about a week. It ends up being about a week, and that's what scares the shit out of Matt, because was he hanging for the whole week? Did he die and live again? Is he still linked to the Horn of Valir? These were, you read and find out for the answers, but those were the immediate questions kind of after you read up to this part, that all readers were kind of asking: is Matt still linked to the Horn? Did this prophecy, because that was one of the things that the Elfin told him, right? What is my fate, right? Marry the daughter of the Nine Moons, to die and live again, to give up half the light of the world to save the world. Well, did he just complete one of those?
I guess I'll have to read and find out.
Yeah.
So first vision right here. So Rand finds himself in the body of Mandine. So this guy's a young Sept chief. He's only 40 years old. I forget. Do the Aiel, based on what I've read, the Aiel seem to live longer than normal people. Is this the case?
No,
it's not. Okay.
No. If anything, they would have kind of low life expectancy given how violent their world is.
Oh, okay. All right. Because they say a young 40-year-old Sept chief, so I was curious. Or that's just because that's the age, that's not the usual age of
that's a young age to become a Sept chief.
Yeah. Okay. And so we're obviously in the past. We're in the Aiel's past. And we're seeing the glass columns and the they're in Ruidian. I think it's just been built, and there's a whole bunch of people there. Mandine's wife Sildra is there, and they bring up the another particular. I don't know if they're a clan or if they're I think they're a clan, the Gen Aiel.
Yeah.
Okay.
They are,
And so the Gen Aiel are supposed to be the dedicated. Like they are the like the most faithful, if I remember correctly.
Aiel means dedicated. Gen Aiel means true dedicated.
Okay.
they are the clan that is not.
Yeah.
The clan that is not.
They died out.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
So the Aiel in the modern times still number the clans to
Mhm.
include the Gen Aiel. So they are the clan that is not.
So like did the Gen Aiel like have territory or something, and there's just nobody.
Ruidian.
Nobody. Oh, so Ruidian. Oh, Ruidian, of course. All right, makes sense now. All right. So apparently they're talking about the wise ones. So apparently so they're escorting people. So mandating that they're arriving at Ruidian, and I'm trying to remember exactly what happens here. There's a tense situation because I think all the septs are coming together here at this location. They're all meeting up.
All the clans would be, right, because this is where the Gen kind of set up how like they've kind of seen the writing on the wall as far as they're concerned, right? They don't have the numbers, that their thing is dwindling. They have to finally accept that the Aiel are turning into more what they're turning into. But in order to preserve a part of the Aiel's past, they basically come here and dictated, you need to start sending to Ruidian those who would be wise ones and clan chiefs.
Okay. Going forward, we have so apparently someone asks why the Aiel do not carry swords. They don't know. The thing is, they don't know why at this point. And apparently there's an Aes Sedai. I believe there's an Aes Sedai there. Aes Sedai there, and there's this guy named Durman, who I think is Gen Aiel, if I remember correctly.
Yep, Durman's Gen Aiel, and then there's two. So I think Nerys is one of the Aes Sedai, or Gen Aiel Aes Sedai,
and Mordain.
But keep in mind, this is an Aes Sedai generation from the breaking. So you've already kind of gone back in time quite a bit to the founding of Ruidian.
Mm-hmm.
But these Aes Sedai women would have kind of been around at the time of Lewis Theron Telamon and lived through the whole breaking of the world. Potentially. But they are beyond old looking for Aes Sedai. And they know they're not going to let, because they've got hair that's white as snow kind of thing.
Okay. Okay.
And the key thing, too, to remember is that Aes Sedai from the breaking of the world wouldn't have sworn the three oaths yet, because those weren't developed yet either.
The three oaths, okay. Just so that I think the three oaths were designed so that to get people to trust them.
I think let's
their
not
intentions
delve too much into the three oaths.
Yeah, this is a little bit for later, but there are Aes Sedai with the Gen Aiel. Obviously, for the Aes Sedai in this period are all doing things kind of tied to prophecies that they started having. So we see a little bit later, right, that the Eye of the World gets set up in this too, or we know that they did from the first book, where 100 Aes Sedai basically died to create the Eye of the World because they had a prophecy that said at the greatest hour of need something like this would be needed. Well, another prophecy was basically telling them they needed to prepare for Rand's coming, and part of that included setting up Ruidian and doing all of this.
Yeah, so we meet Sherendin, who is the Sept chief, and he asks whether they want to select the one who leads the Aiel, and one of the Aes Sedai clarifies that will come much later. And then they talk about the prophecy of Ruidian. I want to see if I can find it. But apparently, even here they knew the Gen Aiel know that they're going to die off. Like they are not going. They're going to die off shortly, and or is it the Aes Sedai that tell them this? I forget what it was. And that's basically why the chiefs among the Aiel have to go to Rhuidean to learn and remember the history of the Aiel. Hence this glass column, basically. Yep. And then it's like, why do the Gen build Rhuidean when they know that they are doomed? And they're like, and replies that it is their purpose. It only says that it is their purpose to build Rhuidean, as they searched for it for many years. Mandine acknowledges the Gen as Aiel, and remembering his wife's words, agrees to enter Rhuidean unarmed. And that's the first viewing right there. So, but yeah, so right there, right.
I agree with Vendel.
What was Vendel say? Serves them right, a bunch of
tree hugging hippies.
Alex exclusively reads this section while playing Slayer.
Okay, I don't see any prophecy here, so oh well, whatever. So apparently, so we're back to. So I like how it shifts back to Rand. So every time a story comes to an end, it shifts back to Rand, and Rand's like, "What's going on? What's going on?" And it feels like I'm watching an episode of a TV show where they would probably be covering maybe two of these stories per episode. If it was a half an hour, if it was an anime, maybe two stories. This whole chapter would be a single hour episode, maybe, depending on how much there is to it, you know.
Or in a TV series that, you know, we might have to watch at some point. It will get approximately 3 seconds.
Or a throwaway line, maybe.
And,
okay.
And it'll probably be a Gwaine.
I thought it'd be more. I thought it would be Moraine. Moraine would be the one going through these things.
Could you fucking imagine? Exactly. Either Moraine's going to get it, or Gwaine is going to show up in each one of Rand's visions and tell him what to do.
I think that we're going to see a Gwaine's accepted trial when she goes through the rings in Rhuidean.
We're going to say Gwaine. Okay, no spoilers. Fuck it. All right.
So one thing I like about these little intervals between stories is it's Rand's just trying to come to. He's trying to make sense of what he's seen, and at the same time he's like, "Hey, it's like, hey, how's Muradin doing? Hey, getting kind of closer. You know, what's Muradin up to, and all that." So, yeah. So
making a lot of progress. Like not moving much, buddy.
Yeah, and one thing I do want to say about both this chapter and the next chapter was I always try to keep in mind the connection between the two. And the first thing that we didn't even get into is that they mentioned in this first story that Mandane is related to someone named Roderick or whatever. And when Roderick is actually the next point of view that we cover. So one thing I noticed right away is that all these characters, all 8 of these characters, all these 8 visions, they're all part of a genealogy. They're all part of the same line. And I have reason to believe, I don't think it was stated here, but I have reason to believe that Rand himself is related. These are his ancestors.
Yep.
So, I wasn't sure about that, but just based on the hints and all that, that's what I'm going with. So,
and it's fair to also note like what you learn in these chapters and how small this group of Aiel was at certain points in the breaking. It's fair to assume that any modern day wannabe clan chief coming through is probably going to have similar ancestors, if not the same ancestors as the same ones as Rand.
Mm-hmm. So I'm just curious.
So clan chiefs going back, they'll be seeing probably the same events as they're played out,
but from different points of view.
Could be
from there.
Could be the same.
Like for instance, Muradin. Like the question that I have, because after all this happens, Muradin is never seen again. So I'm just like, does he not simply go through the experience? How does that work? How do you not get through the?
Let's dive through the events here, but let me explain exactly why this is so traumatizing for the Aiel. or do you want me to take a stab at that now?
No, we could do it afterwards.
Okay.
I'll take your first suggestion. So second vision. So now Rand is Roderick, and this time Roderick, the ancestor of not Mirrodin, of Mandane, he's young. In this case, he's a young man. He's only 20 years old, and so he's basically they're basically near the spine of the world, and they're apparently next to some digs, and he's with his grandfather Jordan, who I believe is the next. He's the next vision. But apparently they're trying to find water. It's getting difficult, and he basically said I think his grandfather says he remembers that the world used to be much greener and hopes the rains will hopefully come again. And then they come across someone named Garum, who is the son of a chief of a nearby town, and apparently they are the first people to allow the Aiel access to water without fighting. So,
and who do you think the descendants of Garum in this town are?
I'm assuming Kyrian.
Yeah.
So,
yep. And that is once the Aiel figured out who that was, and again, this is knowledge that the Aiel clan chiefs have because they go through this. It explains why, out of everybody, they gave the Kyrianen the peace offering of Avendel Ordera and gave them a sapling, and then allowed Kyrian exclusive rights to basically cross the Aiel waste unmolested. And Kyrian grew rich off the trade between them and Shara.
And so when that whole thing with Lamon happened, that's why they took it to extreme heart, and that's why when they attacked them, this wasn't even a war. This was just they wanted to basically punish Lamon. It was basically execute Lamon, and once that was done, they left. Once the business was done.
But also, and you'll see this kind of throughout the series. This is not a spoiler, but the Aiel have actually very problematic views of Kyrian in general, because they tend to view people in groups, not as individuals. So when a Kyrian or whatever is suffering, the Aiel just kind of brush it off. They're tree killers. They don't give a shit about them.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, fantastic world building.
Yeah.
All I'll say here, and it's the second vision.
Yeah. So going back to this, so apparently, there's a report that the giant Aiel are moving east across the spine of the world, and then of course the Aiel want to guard, and they want to. So apparently, was there a breaking? I forget if there was a breaking between this Roderick's Aiel and the Gen Aiel. And they're like, we have to guard them, and they're like, well, why? We don't know. So apparently there's 4 Aes Sedai that have joined the Gen already, and this is just making everybody uneasy. The Aes Sedai make Roderick uneasy too because of the stories that the Aiel failed the Aes Sedai, but they just don't know. They don't know the details why. They just do. Apparently there's one suggestion that they should kill the Aes Sedai because they will destroy their thoughts is that they're the ones that destroyed the world, which the men kind of did. Jordan doesn't give a shit though. He's just like, the speaks. I'm trying to understand what's going on here. This was one of the weaker, in my opinion. This was one of the weaker visions for me.
Are we on the third one?
No, we're still on the second. Second one.
Yeah, Ryan, I gotta bounce out of here. I will try and get back on if you're still going in like an hour and a half.
We will.
At this pace.
Yeah. All right, man. All right, boys. Alex.
See ya.
See ya, Alex.
See ya.
Well, if we're still going an hour and a half, then maybe we'll slap hands and I'll tag team with Alex. He can come back in.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. One white cloak for the price of another white cloak.
It's 1 a.m. my time, so.
Yeah, you're nocturnal, Pips. What can I say? All right, yeah. So apparently, So Garum notes that the spine is also called the Dragon Wall, And Jordam replies that is a fitting name. Roderick knows that the Aiel are secretly called the people of the dragon, but does not know what it means.
Yeah.
So they're basically talking. So nothing's really going on here. They're just talking about.
But again, they're not in the waste yet. So the Aiel as a desert culture hasn't been established yet. They haven't even crossed into the Aiel waste, or the lands that basically get named after them. So
yeah, they're in the Kinslayers. They're south of Kinslayer's dagger. So
yeah, they're in Kyrian. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Or what would become Kyrian, right?
Yeah.
So that's the key thing with this vision is it explains the friendly relations between the Aiel and the Kyrianen and where that came from, which itself is an explanation as to why the Kyrianen got Avendalordera.
Yeah.
And then later you find out why they cut it down and why that created such a problem. And it was all kind of events dictated to lead to Rand.
Yeah. So we're back to Rand, and Rand's just like, oh, so this was the Aiel existed before they were in the threefold land. Interesting. And Muradin is still having his little thing. So Rand goes into his third vision. So like I said, so Roderick's, I think Jordam's his grandfather. I think, yeah, great. Yeah. They say so. Great father and grandfather are the same thing, right? Basically,
yeah.
Father's father,
presumably.
There it could be another generation, but it's just, I don't know. It seems unlikely.
So now where Jordam is a young man in this third vision. He's 18, and apparently they're talking about the breaking of the world. And he just doesn't believe the stories as a young man. And we find out that there are very few Aiel and many more Gen Aiel. Jordan, so he knows that it is a duty to protect the Gen Aiel. And some actually come and ask for help. Some argue, saying that they are the only true Aiel, and that Jordam and his crew have abandoned it. And we will learn more about that shortly. A very heartbreaking fourth vision. And so apparently Jordam is with his father Lewin, who is the point of view of the next vision. The reason why they are not true Aiel, but we'll get to that. But apparently, I think there's a. So who's this Morin? Is Morin the Gen Aiel that they're? Oh no, Morin. So there's a pretty woman named Morin who comes in and stops the arguing, and they go to Lewin, and then of course Morin basically says that the men who traded with them took back their goods and stole shit. So some of the Gen were killed and the women were carried off. So this is getting a little dark here.
Getting a little rapey.
Yeah.
I mean, this is prime apocalypse times, right? This is breaking of the world. It's lawlessness. Everything's going bad. And what you see here in the third vision, like as you pointed out, the Gen outnumber the Aiel, but in the previous vision, the Aiel outnumbered the Gen. Or at least when the first vision was going on, the Gen were basically dwindling. So as one could expect, the sect that still follows uncompromising pacifism to the point of not defending themselves, their numbers will dwindle and the warrior kind of culture rises. And that's what's going on here.
I see. So apparently a lot of these characters are going through some real tragedies. I mean, Morin, the woman, just finds out her young daughter was carried off, or I don't know if she was carried off or killed, doesn't matter. They're both, I mean, you're carried off, never to be seen again. It's just, I mean, you think about, obviously I think about it, it's fucked up. So going back to Lewin, he promises to get, so Lewin promises, wait a minute, this was, okay. Now I remember this now. I wanted to see this, and they cut it off. Those Robert Jordan, you bastard.
I got one quick comment. The third vision, the key, so each of these visions tries to establish something, and like the previous one, it was like the Kyrianen and the relationship with the Aiel. This one here with Morin, it's the establishment of the Maidens of the Spear.
Yep.
So Morin, because she basically says, well, very well, I'm not Jen
First lady.
anymore. She hefted the shortened spear. This is my husband now. And
Oh,
you get that
okay.
line, you get that line from other maidens later on, like they're wedded to the spear. But Morin is essentially the first maiden of the spear.
Okay, I did not pick up on that. That awesome. Thanks for bringing that up. I didn't. Okay, now
That's why you got us, man. That's why you got us on this.
But yeah, like just them going to rescue that girl that was carried off. I was like, I wanted to see this. I wanted to see this, and then they cut it off. They cut it off, and we're back to so yeah, it was just
Lewin, who is the old graybeard kind of leader of the warrior Aiel, and now he's a young man in the fourth vision. No, he's already doing stuff, right?
In the fourth vision, he is a young man. He is a young man,
okay.
and so apparently something similar happens when he was a young man, and so
this is one of the more heartbreaking ones.
Yes, this was. So apparently they attempt to rescue. So apparently they're basically so him, Jaren, Luca, Charlin, and Alicia, they basically are staking out. They're spying a bandit camp, and basically they find out that his sister Magrin and Charlin's sister Colleen were carried off by these bandits, and but so apparently because of the way the Aiel were, they basically mourned them. In other words, they gave. I guess they. I mean, way I read it, it was kind of like they gave up on them. They're like, we can't do this, and we hear about.
Back.
Yeah,
they've forsworn violence. So how are they going to get something back from a bandit?
Exactly.
So basically, but again, to like, what is the whole point behind this? Is that a moral position? The way of the leaf or the Gen Aiel to basically do nothing in face of evil. Would you do this? So that I don't know. Getting back to the show and the weird way that they kind of portray the Tinkers and the way of the leaf in a somewhat positive light. I read this and I'm coming away. I'm on Team Lewin, and I can't abide the people who would kind of abandon their daughters to something like this.
So I think that when you ask if it's a moral position, I think the takeaway here, right, is that it's potentially a moral position in a society that has rules, right? Like, this isn't Nam Dani, there are rules here. Like, then the Aiel position, being a pacifist, like, okay, like, not everyone could live that way, but it's not immoral for you to live that way, right? But you see, essentially, when society breaks down and kind of anarchy starts to rule, then you get shown what you're bringing up, that like, no, that's not a moral position to lead people to that type of thing. And that, I think you're right to draw that, like, the Tinkers are living the Aiel sort of idea in the broken world, and you can see A, how effective that is, and B, like you said, it's not a particularly moral position. One of the things that the show potentially inadvertently showed correctly was like how laughably dumb the sort of Tinker's position is in the face of evil and violence.
No, it's only laughably dumb because of how poorly executed the show was. I really got the sense that they kind of fully onboarded it and believed it, and that's why they devoted so much screen time to some terrible idiocy. Anyways, sorry to bring up the show, Brian. We're here to enjoy this book, and this. The part here. This is where the Aiel, the modern conception of the Aiel, this is where they broke from the way of the leaf.
Yes,
right? This is where a young man decided to do something. Try to, and keep in mind, I'm pretty darn sure that they just tried to sneak in and basically rescue the girls.
Yeah.
And then they did violence accidentally.
Yes. So
and they were still banished for it.
Yes. So so here is where, like, I think where the Aiel and the Gen Aiel kind of, because I'm assuming Aiden is basically the Gen Aiel. It's the next vision where they break with with what becomes the Tinkerers ultimately in the fifth vision. So here, they I believe, so they try to sneak in, and unfortunately, one of the bandits basically attacks one of them because one bandit was awake or lightly slept, and nearly kills Lewin, a big bandit. And they basically they fight, and they kill. They end up killing the bandit with a kettle, and apparently, Lewin is basically scuttling away, clawing at random sticks, and then apparently he sees a spear and skewers the bandit basically.
Yeah.
So Lewin realizes they've killed they've realized ultimately that they killed all the bandits. All the bandits are dead, and one of them, Charlin, the one whose sister Colleen was with him, gets killed, gets mortally wounded and dies. And and they have to they basically have to they look for, and they actually, I believe what they do is they basically look for any resources to take too. So anything that's useful.
Brian, I'm going to draw your attention to one part of this where when Alija started to pick up one of the swords, though, Lewin stopped him. No, that is a weapon made to kill people. It has no other use. And then he has the spear. A spear can put food in the pots. A sword cannot. It is forbidden by the way. So this is where you can kind of see his own kind of internal headcanon morphing what the Way of the Leaf is about. But this is why the Aiel don't carry swords, but do carry spears.
Oh, I see.
So for them, the prohibition against doing violence turned into, well, a spear has dual use, whereas a sword has single use. So as long as we don't touch the sword, we're still kind of following maybe the principles of the Way of the Leaf.
Oh, okay. So, all right, that's another thing I didn't pick up on. I did understand that like the spear is used for hunting and for for practical things, not just for killing. But like you said, but when they come back with the body, I think when they come back with the body, one of the girls who was taken basically blabs saying that they were the ones that attacked. They were ones that basically caused all this. And
the bad men heard us. Then Lewin came and killed them. And then, you must not say things like that, child. Is it true? We had to. They tried to kill us. They killed Charlin. And then his mother basically, why do you address me so? Hide your face from me, stranger. If I had a son once with a face like that, I do not wish to see it on a killer. That's where the veiling comes from. When an Aiel is about to do violence, they veil their faces. And it's from that line right there about, I do not wish to see the face of my son on a killer.
Oh, I didn't pick up on that one either. Nice. Okay. Yeah, this is all heavy. Heavy shit.
So Brian skimmed the best chapter of the book.
No.
Just taking notes over here.
No, there's so much in the series. It's hard to kind of pick up on what's significant and whatnot. But this is why people read and reread the series over and over, is to pick up on little things like this.
Also, I will say that I think a first-time reader of this, and maybe Brian, maybe you should consider doing this. Go back through now that you've read through them. Go back through and read them in reverse order. So in correct chronological order, reverse order from the way that Rand encounters them. And I think you might pick up a lot of stuff that you maybe missed.
No, he's doing good.
No, I'm not saying he's not. I'm just saying
he's doing the streams with us, so he doesn't need to.
Hey, I'm gonna say that 100% rereading Robert Jordan is better than talking to us two
for schmucks. So you can't go wrong by rereading these scenes. And I think I forget where I kind of heard this from, but it was an interesting idea. Going through and reading them in chronological order kind of reveals some stuff you might have missed.
Actually, no, that's a really good idea, Pips. And for once, I agree with you. I probably will do that. And I will do. Yeah, I will do that. Great idea. So
I appreciate that you are acknowledging passively or sort of tacitly that you have agreed with me on other things in the past as well. That's very sweet of you. But I can't claim credit for this idea. I think I might have gotten it from somebody in the Discord, or maybe it's even as far back as the old subreddit.
yeah, and I'm only kidding when I say for once. It's just that's the nature of our love-hate relationship that we have. FAFO, I guess, the PIP CSG score.
You just love to hate him.
So all right, but yeah, so that's so we meet Aiden, and Aiden is like, you know what, you killed, you destroyed, that cannot be permitted, you're out of here. And they leave. I believe they're like, and I thought this was a strong thing right here, and they're like, I am still Aiel, Lewin shouted, but they did not look back. He thought he heard Luca crying. The wind rose, picking up dust, and he veiled his face. I am Aiel. So, yeah. So it was a very strong emotional conclusion and all that. And I was just like, dude, I want more of this. Almost with the exception of maybe the second vision, every other vision I wanted like more. I wanted the experience. I wanted more, and I knew like those wasn't. I knew it wasn't going to be the case. But hey. That's how strong I think these were written. So yeah, this was definitely a big one for me. So, but we're back to freaking Rand, and Muradin is still having issues with Muradin's still having issues leaving. So now we're on the next chapter, the Dedicated. And this one made me cry. This fifth vision made me cry.
Yeah.
Aiden is Aiden's still an old man. So this is only a decade. I think this is only a decade before. This is only maybe 10 to 12 years before the last vision. Because Aiden is still an old man here. And the difference is Lewin and Megrin.
Lewin's alive, and Lewin was a young man in the section we just read. So you're right. It's
so Lewin is I think he's a 6 or 7 year old child here. Yeah. And so they've went through an insane. So Aiden just went through an insane tragedy. He lost his wife. I think there's dead Aiel everywhere. They lost their horses. There's raiders. They're taking women away. I think they took his last living daughter away.
Yep.
All of his other children are dead. The only other family that's left besides those two grandkids is the mother. I believe is the mother, his son's wife. And I think that's all the family that they have left. And yeah, his wife Seidra is dead. And then we meet these other survivors, Selwyn, and they're like, we're not going to continue. We're going to go somewhere safe. We're going to go find something safe. And they're like, no, you can't. That's not our task. We're here to protect these crates that the Aes Sedai left us. And they're like, well, no, we're going to go seek out the songs, I believe is what I think how they put it, right? They're going to a safe place so they could sing the old songs. But Aiden's like, no. He's like, we have to keep our promise to the Aes Sedai. Was it like a covenant or something? They had an agreement. I forget.
So the covenant is the way of the leaf. Keep to the covenant.
Yeah.
But so the people of the dragon and what the Aiel were in the Age of Legends was kind of like what Pips was saying, in a functioning society with laws, like they are kind of like a monk class that's able to follow a very kind of ascetic, pacifist, very peaceful type of way of life. But they were tasked at the breaking with the protection of these items, right? All these terangrial and angrial and other things. But they were also tasked to keep to the way of the leaf.
You
What's up,
just made me think of something that I think is
Okay.
going to really annoy you, and I have to apologize. It is a show reference again. But do you remember the fireside warder chat in season 1? And they talk about like, oh, you know, what do the warders, you know, they mean servants of all. Like, what do the warders do?
What?
You
What
remember
does that
that?
make you? Proud? That thing?
And it was like, yeah, like proud, like to serve them, right? Like it was, you know, like we're the servants of them who are the servants, right? That's the answer that essentially we get, which is actually what the Aiel are. The Aiel are the servants to the servants, right? And
But there's more of a connection to the dragon, right? They're the dedicated, and they're known as the people of the dragon. So there was more of a connection to Lewis Theron. But
I think
again,
I think that comes up a little bit later, and I think that so for example, we know that they're assistants to Mirren, for example, right? Like we know that they assist the in general. Lewis Theron was the leader of the Aes Sedai, so I think that like that's maybe the connection, and that was not that probably wasn't their name during the Age of Legends. Regardless, though, the point that I'm making is imagine again the show getting it so completely wrong that in the book the servants to the servants are pacifists, and in the show the servants to the servants are people whose only job is to kill things for the Aes Sedai.
yeah, except that the warders in the show haven't fucking killed anyone.
That's they killed
So much,
themselves.
so much for embracing death.
Yeah,
they killed themselves a few times. You got to give them credit. They got at least 1 point on the board. Sorry, it was a little mental rabbit hole there. We're back.
So Brian, I'm going to lay something out to you right now. I think we've progressed in these visions far enough as to why maybe I can explain why Muradin is having such a problem and he's clawing at his face here. But
sure,
the first people to break off from the Aiel are Solwyn and these folks who basically ditch the ter'angreal, take some wagons, and decide we're going to go off and we're going to find the song.
Yeah.
They stick to the way of the leaf though, because the Tinkers, although genetically or ethnically, like they don't look like Aiel anymore, but
it's because they take people from because they
they're gypsies.
They steal people
babies,
and
or they find new people who are attracted to the way, but in essence, with the Tuatha on, or the traveling people, they've stuck to arguably what is more core Aiel from the Aiel history, which is the way of the leaf. But these are the lost ones. These are the ones who abandoned the task of protecting the ter'angreal and the Ungreal and setting up Ruidian and doing all the other proper things.
They're the ones who actually betrayed the Aes Sedai or failed them, right? They
no,
stole.
So they both betrayed, right? So the Tuatha on progenitors, the lost ones progenitors, abandoned their task, but they were tasked with two things, to protect all the items and stick to the way of the leaf. So they abandoned the items, but they stuck to the way of the leaf. The modern day Aiel abandoned the way of the leaf, even if they stuck to kind of protecting the gen and getting Ruidian set up. But to a lot of Aiel, they don't know why they despise the Lost Ones or the Tuatha, but they think it has something to do with their cowardice, the fact that they don't fight, and that a warrior ethos has kind of gotten like perpetrated or penetrated through them thick and thin. Like they're warriors to the umpteenth degree. So a lot of Aiel who aren't aware of the history think it's kind of related to that. They stay away from them, but they think that they're cowards and whatnot. So the realization that yes, they might have abandoned an Aes Sedai task, but that they are actually more true to the original Aiel belief, which was the pacifism and the way of the leaf, is something that they can't reconcile. They can't accept that the people that they kind of despise, that everything about them, everything about their honor, like their culture and whatnot, it's founded on a betrayal, and arguably, because of what gets said later, by the Aes Sedai, who basically tasked them, if nothing else, stick to the covenant. The Aiel must follow the way of the leaf. That's what gets said to them.
And you think that's kind of why Muradin, and that's why Muradin is just is stuck in that holding pattern. Basically, he just can't accept the fact that the ancestry of the Aiel was based on the way of the leaf.
He can't accept that his ancestors were the ones who actually did the most dishonorable thing. Out of all the dishonorable things to have done, abandoning the ter'angreal was probably less dishonorable than abandoning the way of the leaf.
So I think there's two ideas, right? They're given the specific task to essentially salvage what can be salvaged, to safeguard the objects of the power, to take them to safety, all that kind of stuff, right? So they're given that specific task, right? And in losing most of the things that they were supposed to guard to bandits and to themselves fracturing and taking some, and in losing all but one. Well, actually, I think they had more than one. Some of them just died, so they didn't lose all of them. But they basically lost the Avendasaurus saplings, right? Which was also something that
there are a couple of barrels of saplings.
Yeah, so they had a few things like, hey, safeguard these, and they failed in large part to do that. The other thing, though, was there was the line, like, if you can save one thing, or if you can hold to one thing, like keep to the way of the leaf, right? Like don't lose the way of the leaf. And so they did. There are the two failures, but I think one of them is like a sort of like an aspirational goal, and the other is like a mission. And so I guess maybe just like my personal take on things, like the mission is the thing that they failed, and that, and then the aspirational goal is really like they kind of failed themselves along the way. So they didn't fail the Aes Sedai by losing the way of the leaf, because the Aes Sedai never really lived the way of the leaf either. So it's not really possible to fail them in failing. They failed to live up to themselves, and then they failed to live up to the task. But I mean,
everything of their culture.
He's right on board in terms of like the not widely understood, but like deeply felt, disconnect between what the Tuathalan are and what the Aiel are in the modern world.
Because the Tuathalan to the Aiel are a people that they despise, right? They don't come into contact with them. They don't like them. There are good reasons, and that gets established here in the Fifth Vision. Why the Aiel? Because remember, they hadn't split yet into the Gen, the true Aiel, following the way of the leaf, and the warrior Aiel. That happens with Luin later. This is still at Aiden's time or whatever. But yeah, in essence, they despise the Tuathalan, but any person coming to be a clan chief and then realizes the truth needs to realize that what their own ancestors did was even worse. And that's what a guy like Muradin cannot reconcile.
So I don't actually know that I think that it is an issue of being worse, because it's not necessarily that his inability to deal with it is not in conflict or contrasted with the way of the leaf and the Tuathalan, right? I think that it is considered almost like the original sin of the Aiel, right? If you understand how they look at Ji-To, right? The idea that they would have, as an entire people, incurred this toe that like could never be, like you couldn't get out from under it. It was so catastrophically huge that like you had basically taken everything that you were and completely inverted it, right? And that you had invented these little like kind of fig leaves of covering your face and using spears instead of swords and stuff like that. Like the realization that your entire life is a betrayal of your like ancestry. Like their sense of honor, I think, is what prevents them. And I think the wise ones even at some point kind of make a point about this, about like people who have too much G being a problem, and like not being fit to be clan chiefs and things like that. Like that, anyway, that's the point I'm getting to.
In response to what Gadfly was saying about the Jedi Yield accomplishing both tasks, the key thing to note here is, would they have accomplished that without the Aiel around to guard them?
Nope.
Would they?
No way.
That's the conundrum. But in essence, now at least as a reader, we understand. All right, what is now the connection between the Tuatha and the Aiel? Why do they feel the way they do? It was rooted in a betrayal that happened before the split towards the warrior. And why does someone like Muradin and other Aiel can't accept that the Aiel used to follow the way of the leaf? It's the realization that, well, my ancestors did an even greater betrayal than the people that I despise. So, anyways, riveting, powerful snippets, flashbacks, very emotional with a lot of trauma, and it does fantastic world building on things that were set up books ago, right?
Yes. So here's one thing from the Sixth Vision. So the Sixth Vision, Aiden's actually in this vision too. So he's in 3 visions. He's a young man in this one. Jonai is I believe his father is the point of view here. Here's the tidbit that I found very interesting. So apparently an Aes Sedai visits their camp, and apparently a certain Ishamael has been making appearances according to this Aes Sedai. So curious, it makes me, and it just racked up a whole bunch of ideas in my head. I was like, maybe, because I remember, Pips, what you said, I think several streams ago, I think in the Eye of the World one, is that the world is in a state of decay, in a state of like the world is just it's just decaying. It's degrading and all that. And I think, based on what was claimed here, I could be wrong, I'm assuming they're saying Ishamael was only partially trapped. So I'm guessing he appears periodically and starts sowing seeds of discontent and just sowing the seeds to basically bring about the ruin of the ultimate ruin of the world, leading up to now.
That's pretty well established in the Eye of the World as well, with the idea that he was there at the fall of the Netheryn, right? Like, he was there whispering into Hawkwing's sort of ear, right?
Yeah, he was there talking to Luce Theron.
Exactly. So like we know that he was there after the bore was sealed. We know that he has been there throughout history. There's some different ideas on like how, like, what the periodicity is for his appearances, but the general idea is that he is not fully bound, and that it seems to be something based on time, where like at sometimes he's bound and at sometimes he's not bound.
Yeah.
So
within the guide, it gives a 1,000-year periodicity, because the key events in the key events of the timeline are the Trolloc Wars, Arthur Hawkwing, and then the present day. But it's imperfect, because we don't actually know how long the breaking actually took. But yeah,
a few hundred years.
Yeah.
So
the breaking went on for a few hundred years, and so there, this is one of those things where I think the guide, sometimes like it's a good resource. It sometimes doesn't match quite up. I think that the idea that he's been appearing, during the breaking, so he was there right after the bore was sealed, and he's been appearing across the span of, this is about 100 years, maybe 150 years or so, at least, I think, post the actual sealing of the bore and the commencement of the breaking, this scene. And so, you get an idea that, like, well, he's certainly, if it's every 1,000 years, he stays around for a while, I guess.
So Pips, you said your battery's going. So any final things you want to say?
Let's see. I have like 10% battery. I want to talk about the final vision and kind of
hear your thoughts, because I think it's a great. I think it's one of the best ones. It's such a great piece of world building. It tells you a lot about like the period that all follows. It informs all that stuff. It's great.
The
So I guess
the one with Coleman,
right?
the one with Coleman, or the one with Jonai?
Charn, I think
Or,
he wants.
The
So-
ninth vision. Okay, the ninth vision. Sorry.
I guess I'm not thinking of the visions in the order. The one that I want to talk about is the one where the decision to sort of establish the eye of the world is made, right?
Oh, okay, that's not. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not actually the last one. I think it's like the third to last, right?
So it's the next one then.
It's Kuman knelt at the edge of the plowed ground in his working clothes, and then we get Aiel, blah blah blah, and then some Ogier. The soldier hesitated. I suppose I can tell you, though it is not confirmed. We have a report that Lewis Theron led the companions on a strike. No, wait, this is.
Yeah, that's
one too far. That one's one too far.
Yep.
So I think it is Jonai, isn't it?
So apparently he's according to this he's 63. He's in the prime of his life. That's another reason why I asked if Aiel lives longer, because apparently when you're older or when you're 63, you're in the prime of your life.
Well, people in the Age of Legends live longer.
Okay. And then so there's Jokars. I'm assuming are they like
Teslas?
Okay, Teslas. All right, there you go. And you got there's the empty streets of Par Dyson. If I remember correctly, Par Dyson is mentioned in the prologue of Eye of the World.
Yep.
I don't know if it's like the capital or something.
It's a big important city.
Very big important city.
The gates of Par Dyson. Other you get other snippets throughout all of this about important places in the Age of Legends, like the Colum Dawn, the Shalom, and other things.
Yeah, so apparently, Jonai goes to the Hall of Servants, and he basically his audience with Aes Sedai, and he says that like on the table there's a crystal sword, so Kalendor, and it makes him restless, makes him shiver, and then there's the dragon banner, there's a foretelling. One of the Aes Sedai says talks about foretelling, and another one basically is So another person, another Aes Sedai is upset that the previous Aes Sedai was talking about Deandra was talking about foretelling events and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And here's one thing that I didn't notice at first, and then I was like, holy shit, it's him. So we meet Someshta.
Yes.
And then I'm like, a Nim. What's a Nim? And then I thought about it, and then I kept reading, like, holy shit, that's the Green Man. So he wasn't named in the Eye of the World. I'm wondering why he wasn't named in Eye of the World. Did the character forget his name because he was that old?
He's
the Green Giant.
So he's lost his memories and stuff like that, right? But it's also like the Green Man, the Green Knight, like there's the Green Giant, like that's
Okay. So we get they're like he's like considering maybe I should ask Someshta about what my grandfather I don't know if it was grandfather Charn or his father or Coleman or his boss. Okay, I'm not even making sense right now. So
this is where you get, because remember we got the previous vision, sorry, two previous, and you had the lost ones, those who became the Tinkers, basically break off and said, we're going to follow the way of the leaf, and we're gonna go try and find the song, which is exactly what the Tuathon were all about. And here you have kind of a meeting of kind of what did that even mean, and in one of the most moving kind of passages about this, like in the middle of the time of madness and the breaking, you had all these Aiel locked arm in arm. Oh, we lost Pips. I think his battery died. See ya, bud.
All right, well, see ya, bud.
Locked arm in arm, and they were trying to convince a madman who could channel the power and tons of it of who he actually was. And they basically sang for hours and hours as he killed them all. So what is it?
So they bring up, so they bring up the Dashine, the Dashine Aiel at this point.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember who the Dashine Aiel are at this point.
Dashane and Aiel are kind of used interchangeably. So they're like two words for the same thing. So they're not a different class. But let me look up real quick what Dashane actually means. So, but anyways, don't need to go into it. But they were just calling them Dashane.
Yeah, so they're the
Like
children
another
of the
word for it.
dragon. Is just they don't just serve the dragon; they serve all the Aes Sedai. And then they're like, so this is basically where they're tasked. This is where they're initially tasked to take care of all the Terangrial, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, so it's basically the insane Aes Sedai are coming to the city. They're like on their way, and they already destroyed Sora. So what they basically need to do now is take what they can and flee. A bunch of other stuff is getting set up based on prophecy. So you saw the dragon banner was mentioned. We know that was found in the Eye of the World. There were other Aes Sedai who said that they could assist in the creation of the Eye of the World, and that the Madness doesn't have them yet. We know Kalendor ends up in the Stone of Tyr, and a lot of these other items basically get entrusted to Aiel, and they are having to basically find wagons and horses, which they hadn't really used before because they had Jokars and show wings and other things. So they're going low tech for the first time.
The Jokar. I mean, I don't know if you know if it's important, but I'm trying to imagine the Jokars. Are they like? Do they hover? Do they hover lower, or do they have wheels?
It's not important. It's probably all exactly like what he's trying to explain is that this is Age of Legends and their technology level is ahead of what ours is. So you got to think of a sci-fi world here that's kind of in collapse.
Yeah. So, okay. So kind of like maybe Fifth Element type of deal.
Oh, absolutely.
So, all right. So, but yeah, so they're carrying all that. There's breaking showings. So showings are basically like planes or planes, but they're. I kind of envisioned it like there's a few anime I've seen where they're riding like these things that, like maybe even like Star Wars where they're riding these things that are hovering in the air and all that. And it's very unsafe but fun.
I like to think of it as okay, so maybe because it's a wing or whatever is you take the B-2 bomber type shape.
Yeah.
So the like wedge shape, and if you turned a commercial aircraft into that, so instead of sitting everyone in the fuselage, you could sit them in the wings. So maybe you could fit like hundreds. That's what I think, but that's just my headcanon. But that's done deliberately. You can't over describe things because readers like to imagine certain things for themselves.
So apparently, even at this point, I think even at this point, Someshta is the last of his race, so to speak. And I think even at this point, he was still ancient. Like he was like way older than anybody else. So yeah. So yeah, see you, Gadfly. Thanks for being here. So I have to read the comments later. Apparently there was a big debate going on. So but yeah, so I forget, like, are there any Ogier in this chapter? I'm trying to remember.
The Ogier were in the previous section, right? So it gets again established that the Ogier have the longing, they're looking for the steading.
Yeah.
Where they mentioned the blight growing, etc. But it's really like, as far as filling in the blanks for the Eye of the World, the Jonai vision is there. And it's basically, all right, this is, the world's falling apart, time of madness. We got lunatic Aes Sedai on their way to destroy everything. We got to go low tech because everything else is failing. Get in wagons, and then they give them a whole bunch of Terangrial and Angrial and Chora cuttings, which are basically a Vendosora. A Vendosora is like, it's one tree, but it used to basically line the boulevards of every street in the Age of Legends.
Is Jonai basically having a heart attack here at the end, right here?
Yeah, he dies of a heart attack at the end of that vision, and then you basically get him.
So as he's having his heart attack, he's having a vision, or is he having a vision, or is he just basically instructing Aiden to just basically move the people? So I'm not sure if this was
done. So this Jonai in this vision, it's basically his final time in life, and he gives the instruction to Aiden, which explains why Aiden is such a dick kind of later on, right? Because the last thing that Jonai says is, "You must stay to the way of the leaf. You must," and that's exactly why Aiden is such a dick to Lewin, kind of later on. Like,
yeah, okay.
Honestly, what Pips was saying about reading stuff backwards, these 2 chapters sometimes is worth reading backwards. You go to the final vision first, and then you kind of go back and you're able to kind of work it out. But
yeah, good night. By the way, good night, Pips. We haven't gotten Alex yet, so maybe we'll see what happens.
It's just us, bud.
It's just the 2 of us. All right.
Don't worry. We'll go through this a lot more efficiently. But I'll let you steer kind of from here. So we've kind of gone through, I think, 6 of the visions, right? And
7. I mean, we covered. I think we partially covered the 7th vision. So we learned about. So Jonai has a father named Komen who wants to fight, if I remember correctly. And when they're in the with the Aes Sedai and all that, and they're getting their instruction. Jonai tells her sadly that Komen abandoned the way of the leaf and has found an old shock lance in order to fight, and has tried to convince the other Aiel to do the same. So basically, Jonai is basically discarded his father at this point. So I'm curious.
That's gone off the deep end.
Yeah, so shock lance. I couldn't help when I heard shock lance. I couldn't help but think of Star Wars, the prequels, those droids with those shock things. I forgive me. Let's call back to Star Wars for me.
Cool name, but not described. Not really important. I think later on you have a Forsaken lamenting that he can't find a decent shock lance. That he's living kind of in a such a primitive time, but I mean it's not super important.
Yeah. So, apparently.
Can we trust Kodem and his fellows, Celinda? We must. They are young and inexperienced, but barely touched by the taint. Those are the male Aes Sedai that help build the Eye of the World.
Oh, okay. I missed that little point right there. So they go to the wagons, thousands of wagons, 10 abreast with food and water. They're carrying all these angriels, and men are going mad. So sadly, more advanced methods of transportation, such as hoverfly show wings, no longer work.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the one power, because they use the one power to
they could be using it as a power source for all of that, or it just all fallen apart, right?
Yeah. And then
the world is literally breaking. Right?
Yes.
So it's
so they have to get
the road you're driving your Joe car on might basically end in a cliff after 5 miles. So
yeah, that's true. So so I'm just curious how they stay ahead of the destruction and all that. Does that ever really? I'm guessing that's never really explained.
They got to move on out and keep moving, which is something that the Tuatha kind of do, right?
So I'm assuming this is the breaking of the world. Like, is there a center location where the breaking happens, and then cracks kind of spread from there and all that? And you have to get away from the source, kind of like the boar, like in later vision, the boar of Shale Ghul.
It's more basically all these super powerful wizards going nuts all over the world at once, and the stuff that they do, it manifests differently. So Louis Theron kills everyone that he loves, but you've got other people like what gets mentioned in this chapter was Yarrick Mondoran. He basically shows up and he's powerful enough to like nuke a city by himself.
Mm-hmm. Oh shit. Okay, so so basically Jonai and the rest of the IEO basically hightail it out of there. He's with his kids and his wife, and they're out of there at this point. So
Yep.
So now Rand is just getting overwhelmed. Like this is all this information. Just like he's just getting all just getting all this shit. And he sees Muradin's like this, like this. And he's just Muradin's not able to handle what's going on. And then Rand continues.
Clawed deep furrows into his face. He was digging at his eyes now.
I'm wondering if a certain author kind of stole that idea for Lady Stark during the Red Wedding, because she does that during the it's not in the show but in the book. I don't know. Couldn't help but think of that moment.
Quite like if you're gonna steal from the best.
There you go. So now we're in the 8th vision, and we are with Jonai's dad Coman, and Coman's a young man, 16. And he's basically working the fields, and apparently he's young, and all the ladies are saying, "Oh, you should be singing. You should be part of the singing ceremony with the Ogier." So now they're singing in the fields, and there's soldiers and the Jokars. But the whole thing of the soldiers and the Jokars, I just got this vision of just like a very dystopian. I got this very dystopian impression from hearing that, because of all you have the soldiers there and their Joe cars just like patrolling all over and everything. And then they bring up Lanfear, and he brings up the fact that his grandfather Charn says he served Lanfear before she became one of the Forsaken, and apparently Charn and people are kind of like he gets annoyed when his grandfather talks about these people, because I think at this point the Forsaken are already well known. They're considered very problematic, and
they've been generals of the bad guy side for like over a dozen years, right? So 10 years officially is the War of the Power, right? So
apparently there's a lot of hate going on for the Forsaken.
Yeah, this is the post-war retribution chapter, right? Because we get that the Lewis Theron and the 100 Companions led the strike at Shale Ghul. What's interesting to note is basically that the time difference here, right? So Kuman, you're saying here, kind of he's a younger guy, and he was 16, but he was an older man in the previous vision from Jonai's point of view, right?
So he was really old, and he wanted to fight.
Yeah. But here he's 16, whereas in the last one, I think Jonai was in his 60s, in his prime of life or whatever.
Yeah. So that means Coleman was probably at least in his 90s, 80s or 90s.
But that means that it's been probably about 60 years, if not longer, between the strike at Shale Ghul and when the Eye of the World was mentioned, when the world was actually falling apart. The Dragon Banner was collected, Kalendor was there, and they were coming up with plans. So the breaking's been happening for quite a while. Is what this is establishing.
Okay. Yeah, it's very
takes a while for people to go nuts.
Yeah, so they're so apparently there's Ogier here, and they one of the soldiers, they call him, I think they call him war people, war man. I think he calls him war man or something.
Yep.
And apparently there's an unconfirmed report that Lewis Theron has led a strike on Shale Ghul. And then the bore has been sealed off, and most, if not all, the Forsaken have been sealed along with it. And so everybody's celebrating, and Coleman's like, okay, I gotta go tell him, I gotta go tell my grandfather this. And he finds his grandfather dead. His grandfather was basically lynched in his own home.
Yeah.
By the people, because he knew Lanfear, where he kept talking. He's saying that these people weren't always bad.
That's post-war retribution.
Yeah. So
right. So that's what this whole vision is kind of about. Is basically Robert Jordan telling you, like, all right, so this is supposed to be the scene that is the kiss on Times Square, right? The famous kind of image of the soldier kissing the girl when pieces broke out.
VE Day, yeah.
there can be some bad shit that happens at the same time, and that's when people decide, all right, now that the war is over, it's time to settle scores.
Yeah, that just shows you how petty humanity still is even after all that. So, especially with some people. So we're back to Rand, and Muradin has basically clawed his eyes out and I think bit his own tongue out.
Yeah,
and so I'm guessing that means he's dead at this point.
He ain't coming back.
He ain't coming back. So we're in the final vision now. So now the vision is from Charn, the man who was lynched by the people. So now Charn is a young man, 25, and it's interesting the way the Aiel are treated in this, because he bumps into someone and he gets knocked to the ground, a citizen. And the citizen initially, mocks him, says, get out of my way. And then he realizes, oh, he's Aiel. So apparently Aiel are higher in the they're like the aristocrats or something in this society. Like they have power or something.
Now that you've read as much about the Age of Legends as you're gonna read in the series, I can probably tell you a little bit, and this comes from the big book of bad art. So there's a big white book that Robert Jordan produced. It came out about after 7 books released, so after Crown of Swords, and it provided some supplementary detail about the Age of Legends. The key thing to note about the Age of Legends is that it was a world free of scarcity. So it didn't have kind of your regular economic constraints. You had a magical power. You had super advanced science and technology. Basically, whatever you wanted, you could have. If you wanted the palace, big deal. Go get yourself a palace. It's like there's no scarcity anywhere. You can have whatever you want. So the key thing that he observed about human society is if people still need to kind of keep up with the Joneses, or they compete with each other for relative levels of status, that the way that people in the Age of Legends competed on status was public service.
Okay. So kind of like maybe kind of like a little bit like Star Trek, a little bit. Starfleet.
If you have replicators, right? And how do you do? So they're very, this is a sci-fi world. So he was definitely probably inspired by Gene Roddenberry and visions of the future and how that would go. But what he kind of established, Robert Jordan, is that people would all be about trying to get a third name. So all the key Age of Legends figures, if you a third name is something that you earned. So you were born with 2, and through great public service and great accomplishment, and it could come in a myriad of ways. And you see this actually with the Forsaken, when you find out what their identities were prior to them turning to the Shadow, like
Elend Moore was it
Elend Moore and Tedranai,
and then Luce there and Talmon. They all have 3 names.
Not all the Forsaken have 3 names, but a lot of them do.
So the third name third name is something that is earned and it's like part of you have status.
Joar Adam Nessonen is Asmodean, and he earned his third name for a reason I'll tell you once you figure out who he is. But it was for a different reason than Elend Moore and Tedranai. Elend Moore was a philosopher, and a widely reputed one. So he made contributions to philosophy and academia and whatnot. But it's basically everyone's trying to compete by doing significant personal achievements for the betterment of society.
Did everyone
rather than trying to have the biggest Land Rover and the nicest house, because who gives a shit? Like no scarcity, right?
Yeah. So did now in the Age of Legends did not everyone could channel?
Everyone could channel, no.
Okay, so there was still, the Aes Sedai were still a thing. There were men and women this time.
Yep.
And was it always the Tamerlane that ran the Aes Sedai, or was it sometimes the woman Amerlin would run the Aes Sedai? Or was that something post Breaking of the World?
It's not known. It's deliberately ambiguous. What kind of does get established is like people were competing with each other on status, but it wasn't an exclusive kind of purview of channelers, so to speak. But what does kind of seem to be the case is that the Aiel were a very honorable caste that couldn't channel, that they served the Aes Sedai. Because if they were Aiel but could channel, they would probably become Aes Sedai. But in essence, it's still an honor-based culture, and it's based off of kind of public service and achievement because it was a post-scarcity world.
Okay. So going back to the Ninth Vision really quickly. So apparently, so like I said, Charn and these citizens, get knocked. They bump into each other, and then as they're basically, they're saying their apologies and all that. He sees this giant sphere basically start to crash into the city. So apparently, before we even get to that, apparently the person that he is working for, I think, Mirren, and
do you know who that is?
Yeah, in Lanfear, and Betamon, basically trying to tap into a new power source. Huh? Betamon.
However it's pronounced. I thought he was recycling names at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I have no, I've tried to look and see if it was in the glossary, and it is not in the glossary. So I had to basically, I don't know. I always
he's only mentioned here.
Yeah, exactly.
But what were they digging for? And here is the least palatable realization for modern audiences when reading Wheel of Time. Is they were trying to basically upend genders.
Yeah, because they wanted, because there's still the Sidar and sighting. They were basically, they're like, hey, we found a way to do it without having to access Sidar or Sidine. We can access the same.
We found a source of power that men and women could both use, rather than women only using one kind and men using another.
Yeah.
And what they tapped into was the literal devil.
Wow. Oh boy.
Oh boy. Robert Jordan, you're so problematic. I bet you didn't see that coming when you wrote this in 1991.
I had to think about it. That I was like, oh shit. I don't even want to go into the why it's problematic. It's just I don't want to get nuked. But yeah, so that's basically what happens. So that's where the Shale Ghoul is, right? That's the boar, basically.
The drilling of the boar
is
what happens right here.
And it's called the Sharam. Okay, so it's called the Sharam.
Yeah, it's like some cool freaking floating sphere that they put over top of university because fuck if anyone figures out anti-gravity or shit, it's going to be at a university and they're just going to put some big display globe kind of ball.
It's got the repulsor lifts from Star Wars. That's what
Destiny probably stole exactly that video game stole exactly the image from Wheel of Time.
Okay. I'll have to look up Destiny just to get that. But yeah,
it's a shitty game.
Yeah, that's what Bungie traded Halo for, I guess. But so the Sharam disintegrates, falls to the ground, and he runs towards it, but it's too late, and that's where the visions end. So, and so now we're back to Rand, and he's just like, oh shit, this is he witnessed the Dark One's prison being drilled into. And then he finds himself outside the glass columns, and Muradin is nowhere to be seen. So you're kind of like, is his body did his body just vanish or something with the power? Like who knows? I guess who knows?
Clawed himself until there was nothing left. There's a bloody mass on the ground. I don't know.
So and then of course he's beneath. He's outside the glass columns. He's outside the Vendosora. And then he sees Matt. He sees Matt hanging from a pole. He's like, "Oh shit!" And he, uses his fire sword, cuts him down, and then he basically performs CPR on Matt, mouth to mouth. So.
But there was another thing Let me see if I can find it. But he seems to draw more of the power because he was doing CPR, or maybe I'm misremembering. Oh yeah, so here's a nice clue for you. So Rand threw away the medallion on around Matt's neck. Didn't he?
Trying to see.
Okay, I've completely misremembered this section. I thought he basically channeled to try and bring him back alive, like he tried with the girl at the stone. But it doesn't sound like he did. He basically just sword, chopped the rope, and then CPR'd him back to health. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And apparently the pole that was holding him was the spear, is the black hafted spear. And so so apparently so he does, the Matt wakes up and he's just like, sons of goats and all that, the Eilfin are a bunch of assholes and all that. And then he tells Rand what he did. He went to the doorway, didn't get any answers, and of course he finds he has the fox head medallion. And and I guess that spear is the Ashandarai, I think is what they call it.
Yeah, although that gets revealed a couple books later. So you don't get a name for it until Matt finds a character who would know it. But Ashandarai, that's what it's called.
Fuck. Sorry.
What?
Nothing. There's a reason why I've said that, because it says it right here. So, all right.
Wait. Does it say Ashandarai here?
Yeah, not in the book.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So you're reading if you're reading the wiki for the wiki will spoil certain, but that's a minor.
Yeah.
spoiler.
So I'm
That's
trying
like
not to look at so there's some chapters, especially chapters 36 and 37, where I do not want to look at the characters, because if I look at the characters, it's gonna reveal stuff that I don't want to reveal. So I got to be careful with that. So, but yeah, so apparently, so they're like, you know what? Matt, he revives Matt. Matt has the spear now. He can read the spear, and Rand can't read it, but Matt can. And they're like, okay, it's nighttime and it's getting close to the dawn. So they want to get out of there.
Though. So Matt knows the old tongue, but he's known that for a long time. This is kind of because he speaks the old tongue when he gets healed by the Aes Sedai and Tarvalon in the Dragon Reborn.
And he says some of it. He says some old tongue in Eye of the World.
He blurts out stuff when he was playing cards, but also that Rand and Moraine both note about the Eilfin and the true answers, that it was difficult for them because everyone spoke the old tongue. But since we went to the Elfin realm, not knowing any of this, Matt was speaking the whole old tongue to the snakes and the foxes the whole time.
Yeah.
Without realizing it.
Because Rand, last time, because I think I brought this up last time, Rand needed a translator when he went into the... Rand and Moraine, I think, both said that they had... I don't know if Moraine said anything, but Rand said
they
had a translator with them.
Yeah.
To translate what they were saying. And Matt's like, I didn't have one. So... And then Chris here is saying the Aiel task of protecting Tarangria wasn't their actual task. It was to preserve the Aiel, and they didn't fail.
The Gen Aiel didn't fail. But that's just kind of the key point about the realization, is that who actually stuck to their task more? Was it the Aiel who broke away and abandoned the wagons and went on to live as tinkers? Or was it Lewin and his ilk who basically abandoned the way of the leaf in order to protect the Gen? Ton of tragedy, but I mean, it's so good.
I like the debates going on about this particular thing.
There's so much depth to it, so anyways, wonderful.
So they're trying to get out of the city, and apparently this is something I didn't even take note the first time. So apparently he sees those little figurines again with the spheres. He's like, this is too soon. This is too soon to use. So he leaves, and then all of a sudden, to pay off chapter 2, with the Taveran being attacked in really weird ways. Apparently, another bubble of evil thing happens, and there's a whole bunch of dust, a bunch of humanoid dust creatures who have. I have to say that they have claws, and this is how I was imagining it, Dane. You ever see the movie Enter the Dragon with Bruce Lee? Well, that's basically they basically it's a ripoff of Dr. No. So the villain in Enter the Dragon is basically a ripoff of Dr. No. So he has he doesn't have hands. So he puts on he has like a metal hand that he uses to fight, and he has a claw. He has like a claw that he fights Bruce Lee with at the end of that movie. I was thinking,
is that where the three stripes come across?
Yep.
No,
that's exactly what it is. So I imagine that type of claw in that movie was what I imagined was the claws that these creatures had in this as they were being pursued out of writing.
Brian, I want to draw your attention back to a couple of previous chapters, including when Lanfear talks to Rand in the stone, because I think she mentions that there were Sa'angreal created in the Age of Legends that a man and woman using those could basically challenge the creator. You go back to the chapter Sidene in the Dragon Reborn, or sorry, in the Great Hunt, where Rand goes through the village of Tremoncian with Lanfear, incidentally, and there's the sculpture, the big kind of hand or whatever in the globe,
right outside of Kyrian. If I remember, it's right outside of Kyrian.
Yeah, it's not right outside. It's in Kyrian, the city. It's pretty far, actually, a day or two outside of the city called Kyrian, the capital proper. It's Tremoncian, which is kind of off Kinslayer's dagger.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go back to when Rand is talking to Bail Doman for the very early chapter. It's like chapter 20, 22 or whatever in the Eye of the World, going down the river, and Bail Doman's telling him about the things he's seen in the world, and that there's a globe held by a hand on Tremalking. So the key thing to note here is there were Sa'angreal created in the Age of Legends, never used, more powerful than anything ever created. And the access keys is how they would be used, but they were lost. And it's shown up so many times now that these were some of the items that were given to the Aiel to basically guard on their caravan, and they ended up in Ruidian. I just want to flag that. Keep this stuff in mind, because it's actually quite critical going forward.
So whatever was not lost amongst the Aiel is in Ruidian, basically.
Yeah, but there are other things.
And all this stuff that was carried off is scattered, basically, whether it was in Tyr, in the holding of Tyr, or wherever, scattered throughout the wetlands.
Because they went with what was it? They went with 1,000 caravans or whatnot, and they ended up with a handful at the end of the day. But what they ended up holding on to was still enough to fill kind of a square in Ruidian. But the things that they lost, who knows what it was? But you can kind of presume that a lot of the items that the White Tower have, as well as kind of what was found in the Great Holding in Tyr, were items that were kind of abandoned along the way.
So my question is now, so the Aiel, carrying out this task of guarding the ter'angreal and all that. Do the Aes Sedai come and take that back? Is that a read and find out, or is that something more definitive? That what I mean,
read and find out, because Moraine is already kind of I think she's trying to arrange that a lot of stuff from the Great Holding in Tyr gets moved to the White Tower now that Rand controls it. But it's a plot point going forward. But you'll see. I don't want to spoil it. It's not a big spoiler, but yes, you're thinking logically, and guess what? Robert Jordan's characters also think logically. Unlike
most shows, unlike a certain show that we will not name. So, but yeah, so so going back, I believe. So going back, so they flee this. They basically flee these dust creatures, this bubble of evil, and they get out of the city. They get out of Roynion. They get past the fog, and they are not pursued. And they're like, okay, we better get back to the camp. and right here is where where it cuts to Perrin in the Two Rivers and all that. But we're going to keep going beyond this. So we're going to skip several chapters. We're going to go to chapter 34. So he who comes with the dawn, and I was just like, I thought this was just a cool way of saying, hey, the prophesied leader is making an appearance, and when we think dawn, we think the beginning of something. No, he literally comes at dawn. He literally comes at dawn up the mountain from Roedion, and that's why they call him he who comes with the dawn. And of course, as he comes out, he has the dragon.
But he forgets about that. All he does is show one of them, and then a wise one has to say, "You fool!" Show the other.
Yeah, so it's interesting.
But then also, how underwhelming is it, right? Because Couladin and the Shaido basically pack up their toys and go home.
Yeah, they basically saying you're the one that killed Muradin.
How did you succeed where he failed? You must have killed him. That's kind of the conclusion they draw.
Yes,
but this is an anticlimax, right? You'd think that the Aiel have been waiting for he who comes with the dawn for how long? Like millennia.
Yeah.
And then when he comes with the dawn, like you say, and he's got the two, they basically
it's kind of like
they don't have any party. So like
you know what it made me think of? You're gonna laugh when you hear this comparison. You ever watch a show called Power Rangers?
I won't admit to that on.
There's an episode. So there's these two characters. There's these two characters named Bulk and Skull, and in the second season, they're trying to find out the true identities of the Power Rangers. But there's one point where they actually do find out, and they're like, them. And this is kind of what I was thinking of the Aiel's reaction to Rand being that. They're like, him, a wetlander? No fucking way.
They knew it was going to be a wetlander, right? Their prophecy said he wasn't raised by them.
They probably didn't believe it though. They're probably like, nah, it's gonna be one of them. Well, I don't know. That's okay. That might definitely be the best take, but yeah.
But I just like it. A momentous event. Finally, someone comes with like dragons on both arms, and they're just basically like, meh, fuck that guy.
Now they're like, okay, this is where the real shit begins. Because if I remember correctly, they keep saying that Rand is going to be responsible for the deaths of a whole bunch of Aiel.
Yeah, he's going to unite them and then give them glory, but he's also going to break them and destroy them, and only a remnant of a remnant will he save.
Yeah. And I know Couladin tries to attack them. I know, like, they throw spears at Rand, and Matt deflects with his spear, and Rand uses his his lightsaber,
one power sword.
Yeah. And of course, so basically, Couladin's gonna be a problem. I mean, it's pretty obvious. You know, Couladin, the Shaido, Couladin and the Shaido are going to be a problem, and I'm waiting. I'm still waiting for that to. I'm waiting for the shit to happen. So.
You don't have to wait too long.
Okay. All right. But so apparently he has the title of Kara Karn, and the way it sounds, I feel like a bird. I'm like Kara Karn. I feel like a bird.
That's only because that's what Steve basically introduced, right? Where he basically is joking that Avienda is gonna, like, in the show, Avienda is gonna jump from like a height of like 5 stories, stabbing someone with 2 spears, going Kara Karn.
with flippy kicks and all compared. So,
but it means chief of chiefs, right? So,
yeah. So Trip says Couladin would never be a problem. Okay, yeah, I take your word, Trip. I'll take your word.
She's got the hots for him.
Yeah,
redheads does it for Trip.
So he recalls the prophecies of the dragon now. Twice and twice shall he be marked, along with the herons in his palms. The dragons form the second set of markings. He's Kara Karn, he who comes with the dawn. And Couladin's like, oh, fuck off! I'm leaving. So I forget the Tardot. So the Tardot are basically
The Tardot are the good guys. If you read through this,
Are they the Jindo? Are they also the Jindo, or are they different?
No, it's
Or the Jindo are part of the Tardot? I forget.
Fuck, I forget too.
So Tardot's the clan. Is Tardot's the clan, right?
Yeah, Tardot is the clan, and I think
so Jindo are part of the Tardot.
Jindo might be a sept. So a sept is within a clan. A clan is not within a sept. So,
and you've had to say this so many times because this whole Aiel thing's confusing.
But the key thing to note is that when you get introduced to who Rand's father was, he was a Tardot.
Yeah, we actually do in this. We do in this chapter. I thought that was pretty. I thought that was pretty funny. So apparently we're back to Egwene, and Egwene's like, "What happened?" And they're like, and then the wise ones are just like, it is forbidden to talk about Roydion. And Rand's like, "Screw you! I'm going to talk whatever I want. I'm going to do whatever I want, bitch. I'm not subjecting myself to your shit. I'm the freaking Karakarn. And there's going to be some changes around here. That's that. I actually got a nice little kick out of that. So, and so basically, apparently Aviendha and Moraine
change what is permitted and what isn't. Become used to it. Egwene can stay too, since she asked so nicely.
Yeah. So what's funny is Moraine and Aviendha are still in Roydion. So Matt and Rand got out. Rand and Matt got out before them. So they're just like, what the hell's going on with
and that's a key thing to note again about the difference between the ter'angreal that they use.
Yeah.
Because the Aes Sedai accepted test, like the Aes Sedai hang around, and when she comes back out, they basically wash them. And Egwene's test from the Dragon Reborn was atypical because she stayed in there so long, and they were worried about her.
Yeah.
But here, I think it's even said like you'll come back, but after 10 days, like no one comes back.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I forget if that was applied only to the men or if it's for both. But in essence, like at a certain point, they stop waiting for them to return. But it's not a day, right? So it's not like the accepted test. This takes a lot longer.
Yeah. So what's funny is ultimately Coolan and the Shido leave a day before, because I think it's 10 days. Like you said, it's 10 days that once the 10 days are up, then that's like, oh, they're dead. If they go into Roydion, it's been 10 days, they're gone. They're not coming back.
Yeah.
So what's funny is Coolan and the Shido leave a day earlier. So I think I don't think they give a shit about Mirrodin. They don't give a shit about him. They're interested in Rand. They want to do something to Rand. So I'm just curious. I'm really curious. Ultimately, the one thing that they do say that I do know that is said is that the Shido and Cooladin he's very ambitious, and he's willing to do whatever it takes to get what he wants. He's that type of character.
Right.
So
they're the shitheads of the Aiel. But
yes. So I like how like Rand asks Rourke what he experienced in Roydion, and the Wise One's like, "It is forbidden," and he's like, "No, I insist." And he's like, "There will be changes," and then Rourke's like, "Yes." Rourke actually agrees, and he basically confirms that they all see their ancestors. Like here's where they. So this wasn't me figuring this out. This was basically Rourke basically telling me, the reader, that all the people that go through Roydion experience the visions from their ancestors. Now the question is, do they experience the exact same points in time?
That's probably unclear, but the thing that I'll posit is that if the first vision that we saw was at the founding of Ruidian, that already was probably 2,500 years before.
Yeah.
Because it's 3,000 years since the breaking of the world stopped. And that's kind of the time frame where the Aiel finally passed over the Dragon Wall or the spine of the world and kind of made it to the Aiel Waste and set up Ruidian. So quite likely every Aiel is a descendant of, well, very likely they're all a descendant of the same people. So whether it's a Shaido Muradin coming in, or whether it's Rand, who's a Tardad descendant, they're probably all seeing the same small group of people in their ancestral story. So I could imagine that they're probably all seeing the same visions, if not people very, very, very close to it, especially as you go back through the generations of the visions.
Okay, as long as they showcase the the significant events of about the history of the people and all that. So
and I could also see that the Terangrial that is giving them the vision, the column Terangrial, is giving them those insights very deliberately, right?
Yeah.
So it's probably chosen for a reason why they're seeing that event.
Yeah.
As opposed to something else. But geez, like you go back, like, do your own genealogy, right? So I'm Dutch. But if I go back even 500 years, the amount of unique ancestors I would have to choose from exceeds the population of the Netherlands at that time in history.
Mm-hmm.
So, and lo and behold, you don't have that many unique ancestors. But you go back 2,700 years, Garen frickin' Teed, if it's done by bloodlines, you're going to have one who is going to be Lewin.
Yeah.
So the way I see it is like everyone sees Lewin, at least.
So maybe everybody's distant cousins or relations and all that. So,
well, they're all gingers.
There you go. So, yeah, that's actually a good point. So, so going forward with this, so apparently, so they bring up they bring up the stuff that you already brought up about the Kyrianan sharing the water, all that, and Lamon and Avendor. Yeah. And then here's where it gets interesting. So apparently Rand wants to, because of the reception he got, Rand wants to have a meeting with all the chiefs and all the clans. And
you got 2 tattoos around your wrists. Yeah, you're the Karakar.
Yeah. So they arranged to go to Elkir Dal, and which is the traditional meeting place for the clans. And in order to do that, he asked the wise ones to go into Tel Riyadh and communicate this to all the clan chiefs and all that. And then after that, they're just like, oh, like really? I don't think I forget their initial reaction. Like, really, we gotta do this? This is not easy shit, And so,
they're being relegated to telephones. But
yeah,
come on,
yeah,
it's the most useful thing they actually do in the whole book series.
And then, of course, this I thought was important. This is kind of a follow up to what Rand learned about his history, his origins. So in the Great Hunt, when he's in the Feldar with the Amerlin and Moraine, they basically revealed to him that he was born from a woman in Dragonmount. And so we learn more about this woman right here, because apparently in the earlier chapter, right before he left, we learned that Amis and the wise ones knew who his mother was.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, "Well, tell him when he asks." So now he asks, and so the only thing that they know is that this woman came to the Aiel from the wetlands, and she called herself Shaiel. I'm assuming that's how you pronounce it, Shaiel.
Yep.
And apparently, the same person who told the same Aes Sedai, Gatora Moroso, who told Moraine, who got the vision, who told Moraine and Suan,
he takes
he was born.
Yep, and then
dies. Well, apparently, she is the one that tells Shaiel to go to the Aiel Waste, or bad shit's going to happen if you don't. So she does it. She decides, you know what, I'm going to do this. And I believe, and this is just a prediction, you don't have to respond to this, but you don't have to, you can say read and find out. I think Kitara is the one that tells Lamon to cut the tree.
Yeah, I virtually confirmed that for you earlier.
Pretty much, yeah. So
she's pulling the strings.
Yeah.
Here's a question for you. So he says here, somewhere he had heard that name, but where? And he had a brother, a half brother. Growing up, he'd wondered what it would be like to have a brother or sister, who and where. But Amis was going on. Who is Rand's half brother?
I actually know who Shail is. I know who Shail is, and even that I did. I kind of knew that years ago.
Well, the show ruined it. But
the show does ruin it too. But
at this point, if you were clear, like
but there was
the names,
there was a little seed planted in the Eye of the World. I think when they're in Camelin, and I think Rand is walking around, and Rand is, I don't know if it's Rand walking around. Somebody notices that he resembles. I don't know if maybe I don't know who makes this point, but he resembles one of the one of the women in the painting, and that woman in the painting in Camelin is Tigraine. Tigraine, or however you pronounce it.
I think it comes later. Yeah, that comes in a later book.
But there was like he resembled in the Eye of the World. It was revealed he resembled someone in Camelin. That I think I remember. And you being the Eye of the World expert, could hopefully can confirm that. I forget exactly how it was. I'd have to go back and read that chapter.
What you get in the Eye of the World is you get the Tigraine backstory. But it's really, if you focus on the name Guitarra Moroso, you're going to kind of note that she was involved with a bunch of things, but it's pretty much the connection here that Tigraine is Shail, and therefore Rand's half brother is Galad.
Yeah, yeah, because Galad is her kid with Papa.
Tarangale Damodred.
Damodred, Papa Damodred, who is the father of Elaine and Gawain. So what do you call a half brothers, half siblings? I guess not. It's like it's like in the Spaceballs. Like, what is my roommate's? What's my cousin's daughter's roommate's cousins? Nothing. And I'm guessing that's, yeah.
Don't worry. Rand dives into this in a later book because he wants to know whether or not he's related to Elaine.
So Elaine has the hots for her half brother's half brother.
Yeah.
And what does that make? Legit. What does that make them? Nothing. I think. I don't know if there's a. I don't know. So,
don't worry. Robert Jordan double checked genealogy and incest. So yeah.
And who else is a Damodred? Moraine. That I know.
And Barthanas, who makes the best ham and butter sandwiches. Thank you, show.
And if I remember correctly, in the he gets Barthanas and the Great Hunt gets assassinated, if I remember correctly. Doesn't he?
Yeah, he basically explodes like the day after Rand met him. He was like butchered.
Yeah.
But here's it.
Do we ever find out who killed him?
It's not important. King Laman, who cut down the tree, was also a Damodred.
Okay.
So yeah, it's a fun family.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, so like I'm guessing like there's like kind of like how the royal families here, how the royal families in real life kind of they send their kids to other countries.
Who had like more dialogue than Rand in season 2 of the show, played by what's her name from Rome. She was also a Damodred. In the book series, she's mentioned offhand in A New Spring, but in the show, they basically made her more important than anybody.
Who are you talking about? The sister?
Yeah, Moraine's older sister.
Yeah, that whole thing didn't make sense. Like, so Moraine's supposed to be ancient now?
No.
So yeah, stupid. No, so, but yeah, so Shail is Shail basically comes from Camelin. I kind of put that together myself. Anvir. Okay, Trip says Anvir. All right, that's her name. So Shail comes, and I like how they bring up that she had to abandon her son, her half brother Galad, and all that. So Galad's older than Rand. So Galad,
Yep.
so was Galad his late 20s or something?
Galad is close to Nynaeve in age.
Okay.
And Nynaeve is about 25. So he's about 25, 26. And
Okay,
Rand is about 20 here.
Okay. And we find out that Shail was adopted. She became a maiden of the spirit and was adopted into the Chumai sept of the Tardad. So she's part of the Tardad as well.
Yep.
And we find out that Janduin is Rand's father, and he's the clan chief of the Tardad.
Fuck yeah, he is.
Yeah. So we find out that he was a great leader, and I think they basically said he made peace with the other clans to unite them against to go to hunt Lamon, basically.
Yep.
And so he basically led the. So was it just so? Not all the clans were involved in the Aiel War.
4 clans. So
how many clans are there? 7, 8,
12.
12 clans.
There's 12, and the Gen are the 13th. But that's the key thing to note is when the Aiel crossed the Dragon Wall and wrecked basically from Kyrian all the way to Tarvalon, that was only 4 clans.
4
Rand
clans.
is able to get all 12. Dun dun dun.
Yeah. Okay. Only 4 interesting. All right. So I'm guessing the other 8 clans were still at war with him, or he couldn't work out a deal, or he just didn't have the time.
Tardad, the Nakai, the Rhine, and the Sharad to
Okay.
seek land with blood price. So there was only 4 of those clans.
Did they ever go into why he didn't get all 12? Was it just a matter of time that they just needed to act really quickly?
If you look at a map of it, and I know there isn't one provided, but the waste is kind of a pretty big spot. So it was probably a question of organizing.
I mean, it takes up the entire, from the Blight all the way to the ocean,
and
right?
And there's there is a published map that's in the big book of bad art. But again, not all clans inhabit the southern part of the way because it's just too deadly.
Yeah.
But kind of where Roydian is up north, and then to the east of that. But it was likely the ones that had the most interaction with the Kyrianan that would have taken the greatest offense. But it's more about who Jonduin could rally. And there is some speculation that maybe Jonduin was Taviran himself for this period of time, but that's not really dived into. That's just people's headcanon.
And Forsaken says he didn't think he would need more than 4.
That's also quite likely a possibility.
Yeah.
Exactly right.
So apparently so she became pregnant with so Janduin and her were they engaged in some activities, and
but she was still a maiden of the spear, so she didn't give up the spear to wed him. So Rand's a bastard, but
so in order to when a maiden of the spear gets pregnant, they have to stop being maidens of the spirit, basically, right?
If they want to keep the child, they do, but a lot of them or some of them actually give up the child. And what's interesting, and it's a minor thing, so I can spoil this for you if it hasn't been established yet. But Aiel are more than willing to adopt the child of a maiden because the prophecy says that the Karakarn, or he who comes with the dawn, would be a child of a maiden. So it's deemed to be like a lucky child.
Mm-hmm.
So there's the possibility that if you adopt the child of a maiden, that it could actually grow up to be he who comes with the dawn. So there's no shortage of takers for that. But in essence, that's part of like the maiden ethos, the maiden culture, is that if they get pregnant, maybe they'll give up the spear and wed and raise the child, or they'll give up the child secretly for adoption to somebody else. But there are always takers for that because precisely their future chosen one will be one like that.
Okay, so because of what happened, so he couldn't get Shail to leave because they were in the midst of the fighting. He couldn't get her to leave, and then ultimately we know what happens to her. She gets killed by Dragon Mount, has the baby, and Tam takes.
you're thinking of the show version where she does kind of get stabbed in the belly and whatnot.
Uh-huh.
That's not established at all that anybody killed her. She could have just died from complications from the pregnancy afterwards, that she bled out.
Oh, okay. So, but she okay. So, all right.
So
okay.
it's not established that she was in the fighting or had suffered any wounds or anything like that. She was just at the war zone, and the fight might have gone bad. But what ultimately happened is she died in childbirth, and it's not established anything beyond that. And then Tam was the one who found Rand in the snow.
Okay. So, but he found her too, right? Like he found the body of the mother of Tigraine. Ultimately, we don't know. Okay.
He wouldn't have registered it as important. He just found a babe that should have been dead but wasn't. Was almost blue.
Because I'm waiting. I'm really waiting for, and I'm waiting for, and I hope this happens. Like if this doesn't happen in the series, I will be heartbroken. I'm waiting for a Rand and Tam reunion. I'm assuming this is a long ways away. But that's kind of I'm just I want to see that. I want to see that conversation. And I'm assuming it's like, yeah, I know it's gonna. I'm assuming it's gonna be ways away. So, but yeah.
Hey,
so
here's what I'm saying. I'm excited for you that you want that.
Yeah. I was curious if we were going to see anything in like, book 2 or book 3, and nothing yet. No. So I'm I'm kind of surprised. So, but it's a big
take delayed gratification and turn that up to 11, or in this case 12.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Oh, wait for the show to ruin. Wait for the show to make me think one thing when it doesn't even happen.
Don't even watch that show. Anyways.
Yeah. Well, I watched it. I watched it for you guys,
so
I can make fun of it with you. So, but yeah. So basically, with Shail lost and all that, and the child lost too. Basically, Janduin goes into Janduin just can't live with himself, so he decides to go. I think he steps down as the clan chief, and he goes on a
first
hunting.
one to ever turn that down, and then he just decides to
And he goes into he goes part of he goes into the Blight, I guess, and gets killed. And what's interesting is that they say he comes back and they say he was killed by a man who looked like Shail. And I know we kind of skipped over the parent stuff right here, but my prediction is that this character Lord Luke, who they meet in the Two Rivers, who kind of has that reddish of hair, and he just kind of comes out of nowhere. He comes out of nowhere. There's Trollocs everywhere. I'm assuming that this man who looked like Shail is him.
What makes you think that?
Well, apparently, so there's a character named Slayer who Perrin encounters, and we haven't even gotten to that yet, in the dream world. And all of a sudden, there's this Lord Luke that just shows up in the Two Rivers. So I'm assuming they're the same character. And Lord Luke's description basically matches, the way. I think they say he kind of look. I don't remember if they say in passing if he looks like Rand or somebody, but but apparently in the Great Hunt, I think the character of that they mentioned, Land's half brother, I think might be the same person as this Slayer. Who I think is the same person as Isom.
All right, I'm gonna start blowing your mind here because I'm gonna draw you back to the Eye of the World. But
so Forsaken says the Slayer has black hair. Oh yeah, that's true. Maybe he can shift. Change appearance.
Okay, I gotta find it. So blah blah blah. Oh, I'm trying to find it, but the wagon driver that takes Matt and Rand into Camelin gives them kind of the full family history about the succession, right?
Yeah.
So what does he say here? I'm trying to. I'm on the page or close to it. But he does mention Luke, and he mentions Tigraine by name. I'm pretty darn sure of that. And later on in this book, where, or actually, it's in the Dragon, or sorry, it's in the Great Hunt, but it's the Blood Calls Blood prophecy.
Yeah.
Let me flip to that one. Bear with me, all audience. Blood Calls Blood, Chapter 7, page 86 of the hardcover.
Oh, Luke Mantier. Okay.
Luke came to the mountains of doom. Isom waited in the high passes. The hunt is now begun. The shadows' hounds now course and kill. One did live, one did die, but both are. The time of change has come. Blood feeds blood. Blood calls blood. Blood is, blood was, and blood shall ever be.
Oh, that was the connection. Okay. Wow.
So
okay, I gotta read that. I have to read and find this out now.
Yeah,
probably blown away now.
There's something weird between the two of them, Luke and Isom. But
Yeah.
Luke, as he's mentioned, is the brother of Tigraine, would have been first prince of the sword, would have been this guy mentioned here who looked like Tigraine when Janduin went off to like fight in the Blight and kill stuff. That's exactly who he ran into.
Interesting. Oh, I gotta see how this is. I gotta see how this all comes together. All right, I can't. Let's not go any further into that.
No.
I
won't tell you what they do, but I mean, this is the stuff like if you've been reading closely and taking notes, you'd figure it out. But most people basically have to get shown this. This isn't a spoiler. This is just like the wheel of time is so dense and it's got so much, it's impossible to keep track of.
I have revisited. I have reread the Dark Prophecy several times just to see if anything was, like that, for instance. So yeah, that's okay. That blows my mind now. So, so apparently a man who looked like Shail killed Janduin. So there you go. So. So I'm gonna have to reread that chapter in Eye of the World. It's just to understand the history behind that.
It's the one right before they arrive in Camelin. So you just look at the table of contents, and it's either Camelin itself or it's like the one right before it. But you'll be able to. I think it's 34 or 35.
Start a spreadsheet. Okay, all right, I'll do that. So all right, so basically, all right, so. Oh, and that's why Janduin died, because he saw a man who looked like Shail and he would not defend himself against that person.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. So it's
tragic.
Yeah, it is. So now basically he sees Moraine comes back, and he's just like, Rand is just getting a little, he's like, you know what? I gotta stay ahead. I cannot do what they think I'm going to do. I can't do what the Forsaken are thinking I'm going to do. And so, yeah, so he's just like, hey, he's like, why? He's like, if you're helping me, why like if it's foretold that I'm going to destroy the Aiel, why are you helping me? And they're like, well, it's in the prophecy. It's in the prophecy.
A remnant of a remnant will you save?
Yeah. So I'm curious what that means, but we can find out, I guess.
Well, look backwards, right? And think from an Aiel's perspective, especially a wise one or a clan chief. They already recognize that they're a remnant of what the Aiel were in the Age of Legends.
Yeah.
So it's an open question for the Aiel, but we'll go through, but I mean, there are some who stay loyal, and it's a real challenge for them as a people, because they're not going to be able to stay the same as they were.
Yeah. Oh, so all right. So apparently, apparently, without Rand, the Aiel would be lost completely, and so then, of course, So that's I think that basically covers chapter 34. I mean. Avienda comes back. She still hates Rand, still shows him hostility. And yeah,
she hates him even more.
Yeah.
You'll find out why.
Yeah. So now we get to sharp lessons, which I thought was very entertaining, because apparently Egwene is hanging out with Elaine in Teleron Riyadh without permission, because if I remember correctly, she's like, you're not allowed to go into Teleron Riyadh without any supervision. You can't go in by yourself. And so basically Egwene, they her and Elaine catch up on what's going on with the sea folk. Like, Elaine tells Egwene that the sea folk, like the Windfinder can channel.
Pardon me for 1 second while I go to the washroom, but I can hear you. But
okay.
I will mute this.
All right. Yeah, now he's muted and can't hear him. So so this is I think this is a very interesting Wheel of Time stream. I mean, Nathan couldn't make it because he's doing stuff with family. Steve's not feeling good, so he ducked out. Alex is doing stuff. Pips's battery ran out, so it's a good thing. It's a lucky thing I asked Dane to join me, because it would be just me being here by myself talking about this. And the reason why I did this early was because so that way Pips can join us and include this. But we're already at 3.5 hours, and I promised to cover chapters 22 through 37, and we haven't even finished this Rand stuff yet. So I might have to. I'm not sure what to do. I'm thinking, I think I might have to change the thumbnail. I don't know if we're gonna be able to get to the parent stuff today. So, let's read what people are saying in the comments. So Chris here says, interesting thing about a fraction of the Aiel surviving is they are already a fraction of a fraction when Rand comes to them. So when was that prophecy given? Okay, that's pretty much what Dane just brought up. So Forsaken's like, all must wake from the dream at some point. So honestly, here I would say that the strongest chapters. What's up? Oh, you're back.
I completely agree. If you want to do a supplementary stream to cover the parent stuff at a different date, let's totally do that. Because I agree, this is getting a little bit too long. So let's aim to you and I cover off the Rand chapters. And then maybe next weekend, or we can find some other time. Let's go through the parent stuff.
Yeah, and then go through the parent stuff, and then go back to like just those two chapters. I mean, just chapters 25 and 26. I was right. I didn't think I'd be right, but yeah, those two chapters warranted their own stream. Like, they were like chapters within. Like, there was like chapters within those chapters. Like, there's just so much stuff to take away and to absorb and to discuss.
But these later Rand chapters are important for understanding them. So it's good that you included them kind of in the same stream.
Yeah.
Because it's precisely in chapter 34 that you find out, oh, wait, what I saw was Kyrian. Oh, what I saw was a Vendasura. Oh, what I saw was this event, right? So it's where he's able to basically sit down and digest what it is. So if all you did was read those two chapters, had a stream about it, it would be spoiler central. Now that you've read far enough, I think we've been able to touch it off. But let's cover off these final Rand ones, if it's cool, and then let's try next weekend or whatnot to do the parent stuff.
Yeah, I mean, because the thing is, I want to try and get this. I want to get the Shadow Rising done before Christmas, because I know everyone's going to be busy for Christmas, and I know, so everyone's going to be busy. So that's why I figured and plus I have free time. I mean, I have a lot of time now to finish this. So let's get. So we're on 35. So once again, this is sharp lessons, not hard lessons. Sharp lessons, and of course, like I said, Elaine and Egwene are meeting up in Teleron Riyadh. Egwene is breaking rules because that's what Egwene does, even though she promised to, abide by what the wise ones, demand, because the training under them is like they want to be a boy. They demand obedience. That's the nature of the wise ones right here. So.
Yeah, if they're Wilders, and she's White Towerish, right?
Yeah,
I like Elaine is wearing sea folk stuff.
Yeah, and then I think Egwene notices her. Then she jumps, and then she's back in her regular clothes after that. And they're like, "What does it feel like?" She's like, "It's very cold. It's very cold. It's very cold. I guess it's very cold being bare bosomed."
Very hard nipples.
Yeah. So, but yeah. So
How they
Elaine
get pierced.
So Elaine basically reports what she learned on the what the hell's the name of that ship? I guess it doesn't matter at this
Wave
point.
crash or something or other, but
but the Windfinders can channel, and apparently they have a similar prophecy, and Rand is basically their Coramor and everything.
And where did you first hear about the Coramor?
In the was a chapter. There was a chapter where they get on board the wave dancer. The wave dancer.
Coramor is a term that's also first mentioned, I believe, in the Eye of the World.
Okay, I mean, because we don't encounter the was it Bail Doman?
Yeah, it's heard secondhand, but again, this is why I really appreciate the Eye of the World, is because the stuff, like all this shit, gets introduced in the first book.
Okay.
So that the sea folk are a people, and they live on the sea or whatnot, and they also have a chosen one, like the Aiel have a chosen one, and how all of Randland, as we call it, is looking for the Dragon Report. They're all the same people, but it all gets established in the first book.
Okay. All right, that's so I'm assuming Bail Doman, because I know that they didn't meet the Athaan Meyer or Mir or whatever, however you pronounce it.
Yeah.
The sea folk are very mum. They don't talk about anything. They don't even talk about
Athaan Mir. Two Athaan, traveling people. Athaan Mir, people of the sea.
Yeah.
So Athaan, you can already see, is kind of an old tongue kind of word for people.
Yeah. And I heard that actually it had the origins from Irish. I heard it had origins from like Irish mythology.
Well,
or something.
Mir definitely. Like you still see that as a word, like for lake or for a body of water. A mere,
yeah,
like that's a common thing that you kind of see. Like Invermere is a lake that's near me over in British Columbia. Like Mere is what you call a lake. So I mean, there's fun linguistic stuff that it like calls back and makes sense. But I mean, like, I just really appreciate he's creating a second language that has over like 1,500 words in it and its own type of grammar or whatnot. But he's consistent throughout, even within his own world, where he's got a traveling people and a people of the sea. And there is a relationship in the name that gets called to both of them. So,
not at the level of Tolkien, obviously, but decent enough with the linguistics.
Tolkien was more, I think with Tolkien, it was more difficult to kind of get the language from the story itself. Like the appendices, obviously, but a lot of them were kind of written in their own language and script, which made it more difficult to kind of digest as a reader. But the amount of words that just kind of get dropped in the series, Aes Sedai is one of them, right? Servant of all. So I probably means all, and Sedai servant, all servant. On Alaline, the person who is one, all the names of the Forsaken are actually old tongue words relating to kind of an identifier for them. So Ishamael, betrayer of hope. There's another Forsaken called Samael, who also ends with a male, and I think he is the destroyer of hope.
Okay.
So male, obviously, like linguistically, you kind of get said clues, but it's actually very well done throughout.
Aes Sedai. So I forget. Is it AIE or is it AES? AES. Oh, AES. Okay. Yeah, I forgot. Okay. All right. That makes sense. Okay. For a second, I was just like, Aes Sedai, Aiel. Are they similar?
Well, Aiel means dedicated, and then Jen, I think, means true, and then you've got Shail, who is Rand's mother, is a name she picked up, which is basically a derivative of being someone who is dedicated.
Yeah.
Honestly, though, the worst sin that the show ever did is that Lan picks up Moraine's poem in the second season that's written in the old tongue that's supposed to say the daughter of night, she walks again, which is the blood calls blood prophecy from this one.
Yeah.
But if it's written in the old tongue, daughter of night actually literally says Lanfear.
Yeah.
And Lan doesn't know that the poem is about Lanfear. Anyways.
All right,
let's we have 3 more chapters. We have 3 more chapters. 3 more chapters.
We'll end this.
Let me crack another bottle of wine. I'm getting good and loaded.
I'll join. I'll go steal some. I'll go steal some rye really quickly.
Rye? What are you, Canadian? Fucking guy. Ugh. So let's just take a quick look at chat. Trip is making fun of me still. Tolkien's the originator, Trip. I can't highlight your quote here, although I think Brian had it up. Tolkien did a lot well. He kind of invented the genre, so you have to, you give props where props are due. I just appreciate Jordan because he stood on the shoulders of giants.
Yeah.
That's how it's supposed to work. And I hope Trip finds that my own book similarly stands on the shoulders of giants and is therefore better.
Here's to Dane's future book.
Oh, I got a good title. That's about all I got.
Something I'm sure you can't reveal yet, or can you?
No, well, here's the freaking weird thing. If you try and get a book published, apparently, like, the publisher wants to have control over what the book is called, so its title, and they also control the cover. So that's why, actually, quite honestly, this one, that's why Lan looks as he does, even though he's not described like this at all in the books. Like, he doesn't have the helmet with the things up, and he doesn't have 2 swords. He has 1 sword. And Rand is not Nicolas Cage. And if you do the inside cover, you count the people. There's too many people there. Anyways, there's issues with all these covers, but apparently, Robert Jordan did not have creative control over covers because that's something kind of held to the publishers.
Yeah.
Because this is supposed to attract the reader. And in fairness, that's exactly what this artwork did. Is it brought people looked at that and be like, "Hey, that looks cool," and they picked it up for that.
Did it work on you? Is that why you got the book? Did they still have? Was that version with the artwork what you got when you first read it?
So I got all the paperbacks, but I read it because of recommendations from my friends.
Oh, okay.
So again, I read it in '98. The books have been out for 8 years or more. I'm not the one who picks up something new at the bookshelf, at the bookstore. It's basically I got to read based on friends' recommendations.
To go really quickly, I'm trying to remember because I was looking after reading Lord of the Rings when I was in high school in the early 2000s. I was looking for a new fantasy series to get into, and this is before the internet. So I went to a bookstore at Union Station in Chicago, and I went through a whole bunch of books. I might have come across Eye of the World or one of the Wheel of Time books. But I think ultimately, I chose Sword of Shannara. I chose to buy Sword of Shannara, and I read Sword of Shannara instead.
It's still a very good series.
I only read the first book. The first book is I liked it, but it reused so many of the tropes of Lord of the Rings.
It's a youth fantasy, but I mean, Elfstones was probably one of the more cool ones. And I kind of like the Scions of Shannara series afterwards. Here's the most annoying thing about Terry Brooks is apparently everyone calls it Shannara.
It's Shannara.
But that's what he says. So I'm not gonna go read that anyway. The fun thing
I
about
still
Wheel
say
of Time,
I said Shannara too, and no one told me it was Shannara. I read the title and it just said Shannara to me. So
yeah.
I
But
know we're talking about that. What we should be talking about.
the good thing about the Wheel of Time is essentially everyone's got their own pronunciations for shit. It's
Oh, yeah.
part of the whole community. But at least it's not something as fundamental as like, hey, what the hell is this world called or the series called? And it's like, oh, I'm reading the Sword of Shannara, then the Elfstones of Shannara, and then the Wish Song of Shannara, and then the author says it's fucking Shannara. Get it right.
And people still call it Shannara after that.
Whatever.
All right. So, all right.
We got three chapters.
All right. So we got 3 chapters. So apparently, so we talked about the Cormor, and apparently Elaine and Nynaeve are still at this point in the story are still on their way to Tanchico, and so I did listen ahead to Tanchico chapter 38 with our villains, and so to speak, but we'll get to that next time with the parent stuff. Because there's going to be more parent stuff after the Tanchico stuff, so it's gonna work pretty good actually. So, but apparently, but with all that, with them basically giving each other reports on what's going on with them, all of a sudden Egwene gets sucked out of Tel'aran'rhiod, and she wakes up. Was there anything I didn't?
Here's the key thing, and this is somewhat important because if we go back to what Elaine was all about. So Elaine wrote a lovey-dovey letter to Rand before she left, being like,
yeah,
you are the best, and I love you, and I want to have your babies, and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
But then Rand did the dumb thing of being like, all right, sweetheart, if you want to go to Tanchico, off you go. And then she got really mad about that for women reasons. And she wrote Rand a second letter that basically said the exact opposite of everything her first letter said. So that's Rand's world. He's got 2 letters. One that says from Elaine, I love you. The other one says, fuck off and die.
Is that what? Because I don't remember if they actually go into detail what was in that second letter.
It's literally it comes a little bit later, but it's basically like word for word. It's like the opposite. So we have that chapter that kind of ends where Elaine is like so upset she's going to write a new letter, and that's kind of where it's left off. But the key thing here is that before Elaine can actually explain to Egwene that she did something dumb or wrote a second, because remember, as well, as soon as Julian Sandar and Tom Maryland show up, in her heart, Elaine immediately forgives Rand, right? Because she sent someone to like take care of her, or she does care. He does care about me, or whatnot. I think it was Julian Sandar in particular. So at that point, when they're getting on Wave Dancer and going to set off to sea, she's kind of regretting not being able to take back the angry letter that she wrote. So what she says here, oh, I thought perhaps he was angry about something. Egwene frowned at her. The sudden diffidence was not like Elaine at all. Angry about what? Well, she's not able to explain what Rand might be angry about because Egwene gets pulled out of Tel'aran'rhiod. And what you end up getting here is not only women being crazy, but crazy women playing a game of telephone.
Yeah.
Because it's Elaine who says, oh no, like the letters, like I meant everything that I said, without the caveat, like, well, except that second letter, which I regret. And then Egwene takes that and tells Avienda that Elaine meant everything said in the letters. And I'm pretty sure, I'm not sure if it's in this chapter or whatnot, but when Avienda starts talking to Rand and being like, you belong to Elaine, you read her letters, complete and utter miscommunication, totally born from a realistic, even though magically facilitated telephone chain. But this is how women operate.
It's so ridiculous. There was one thing that did confuse me about this, because she mentions that Rand sent Julian Sandar when it was actually Lan that threatened Julian Sandar to join them for protecting Nynaeve. So that confused me. Was that
so? Julian
deliberate?
Center was sent by both of them.
When
So
was he sent by
told him to
Rand?
go- Rand told him to go, and then Lan also told him. So basically, Rand told him to take care of Elaine, and then Lan came in and said, also take care of Nynaeve. And the reason we imply this is both Rand and Lan had a hand in sending somebody to take care of them, but Tom Maryland, who's the second one to go along, was sent by Moraine.
Yeah. That was a great chapter. I love that Tom Maryland and Moraine kind of facing off against each other. I know this. Well, I know this too. And she breaks Tom when she brings up his nephew. That was once again all the way harken all the way back to Eye of the World, right before he attacks the Murdrop in Whitebridge.
Yeah. But also the promise, right, that if you do this when we see each other again, I'll let you know who is responsible for that. And we all know what Tom can do.
And I'm curious where that's going to go. I'm curious where that's going to go. So I guess read and find out.
Cheers.
Cheers.
All right. So Egwene promising to do one thing and then immediately breaking said promise. So at least she's consistent as a character.
Mm-hmm. So now she's completely cut off from.
Keep in mind too, she's also lying to the wise ones that she's a full sister. Right?
Yeah, she says, "I'm part of the Green Lodge." No, you're not. You're an accepted.
But also, what do we know now that we've gone through all of the Rand visions about how Aiel are so reverent to Aes Sedai and how much of that actually lingers?
Mm-hmm.
So if Egwene was not lying about this, if she admitted that she was an accepted, what would her situation be? So anyways, I on a reread I find this very exploitative by Egwene and how she's acting.
In other words, she's using their reverence for her own ends.
That's how she got her foot in the door, and that's how she justifies this behavior. But it.
Oh yeah, isn't that what she tells? She tells Amis this when she's in the Teleron Riyadh, when she's in Tyr, when she's visiting Chico. Yeah.
And then that's how she's able. If she admitted she was an accepted, would she have basically been offered train? Who knows?
Yeah.
But it's a compounding of bad behavior that, at least on an initial read, you might not find too bad. But oh my god, it's just like, how is this ever anyone's favorite character?
Some people. I'll be honest. When I read an Egwene chapter, maybe it's because she doesn't react the way the other women react and all that. She says all the right things, like because because maybe she's a psychopath. I don't know, and she knows how to behave. But I don't find her as annoying unless she's around Rand or the other boys. So, like, I can actually get through an Egwene chapter for the most part because of that.
That's an interesting observation. That's probably true. So she's got less like annoying inner monologue because she's got fewer hangups, because what she ultimately is a power hungry sociopath, which us as men, we can easily identify with.
Exactly. So, and Chris says, I like Egwene only after book 7.
No, that's when she's turned for the worse.
So Egwene gets yanked out of Teleron Riyadh by Amis, and I thought I need to look up the actual quote right here. She's like, it was like Big Bad Wolf type of. It was like a Big Bad Wolf type of scare, It's like, what big teeth you have, Amis? The better to eat you, my dear. And then she just freaks out, and then she wakes up again. And then we find out she's like, was that so that she thought that was a dream? And then Amis is like, no, that was real. You were experiencing that too. I was doing that shit to you. So,
but this is Inception, right? It's dreams within dreams, right? You feel like you get pulled out of Teleran Riyadh, but you really got pulled into a separate dream.
Yeah.
So again, honestly, great world building about world of dreams and how it works.
So I envisioned Amis turning into a snake. You wanted to go off alone. You were warned, but you had to go. Never a care for what might be waiting. There are things in dreams to shatter the bravest heart. Around eyes like blue coals, because they say her eyes are glowing. Her face melted, stretched. Things to eat, the bravest heart. Like that. I was just like, and then she wakes up screaming. I was just like, I laughed when I was listening, because all this I listened to. A good portion of this I listened to. And I listened to Kate Redding doing this. And I thought that was some great voice, some great acting from her and all that. And then so Egwene wakes up and she's just like, I like how Egwene's like, you had no right to do this. And I swear, I was watching a show that had the same thing.
I'm the Green Aja, and it's just like she's just compounding lie upon lie.
Yeah, and she's like, "You had no right." And I swear I've heard this in the show before, where the mentor character's like, "I had every right," and you hear that exactly from Amis here. So apparently, yeah, it was just, I was like, "Shut up, Egwene." I'm just like, at this point, I was just like, "Shut up, Egwene." This is a good case of Egwene being annoying and in the wrong and all that. So, but yeah, so apparently, it's like, there's like, we will, if it's basically, Amis is like, if you do this again, we are not going to train you. We are not going to aid you in killing yourself. We will not do that. And so as punishment, she makes Egwene tie her hair into two braids to be connected by a ribbon. And apparently
it's pigtails and then ribbons. And I don't know.
Okay, so pigtails. So in other words, it's basically, you're going to act like, you're not going to listen. You're going to act like a child. You're going to look like a child until we say so. And if you keep doing this, we're going to give you a doll. And I think she even said, we're going to give you a bottle. Well, I don't think she said a bottle, but we're going to give you a doll, and we're going to make you do other things that make you look like a kid. Until you start acting like a woman, as long as you stop acting like a child, you're going to look like a child. I thought that was an interesting way to punish her. I don't think that really matters to her. She's going to just put it on and be like, I don't know.
But that's the key thing. But what you find out about the Aiel is this is actually the most vicious kind of punishment to them, right? Something that's shaming. And what you'll find out kind of later on is the thing that because they're such a hard scrapped society, the one thing that is most shaming is doing useless work. So the one thing that they can't abide, because everyone tries to actually do something useful and support the group, but if they get tasked to do ridiculous things like digging holes and then filling them back in again, that's supposed to be shaming to the bone.
Oh shit! Really? Okay. So I'm curious if the shaming is going to work on a wetlander in this case.
But again, that too is a key. Well, it's not a key. It's a plot point that comes up later, because that does exactly happen when the Aiel try to basically shame certain people with these type of tasks, and some of them, they just don't understand it. It's like, why are they making me dig a hole and fill it back in again? Like, okay, sure, I'll do that.
This is useless work. You should be feeling it. I don't care. I'll do it.
And the fun thing too is, like, after that, it's like the Aiel are like, this doesn't seem to shame them. What shames wetlanders? And then it's like, just make them work naked. Oh, wait, what? But what I'm saying is, there's a lot of stuff in these chapters that establishes the Aiel and their culture, where they come from, how they're different, how their humor is different, etc. But the enjoyment in later chapters comes from understanding the cultural differences and those funny moments that can kind of like
that whole Guy Shane story that the wise women were the wise ones were laughing about. The poor dude who accidentally touched a woman, who had a kitchen knife in her hand when they were raiding.
There's a whole subreddit called Wetlander Humor, which is because wetlanders are strange, but it's from the
Oh no!
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to read it now.
No. But here's a fun Aiel joke that you'll appreciate. This is not a spoiler, but the maidens of the spear, have a sign language. You saw that in the show, right? Where they did it wrong in the show because they do like big, large gestures and whatnot, but maiden hand talk is a thing. And someone makes a joke. Why do the maidens have hand talk? And it's because even when they're not speaking, women cannot stop speaking.
Of course.
That was actually kind of properly funny. But I mean, there's good humor that comes out of their culture and whatnot. And sometimes, the Wetlanders don't get it. Sometimes you do. But it's precisely why the world building is done here, is to kind of set up the fun things later.
Okay.
So even if it doesn't like kind of have any bearing on Rand's battle with the Dark One at the end of the day, read it, absorb it, try and understand it. It's going to enhance your enjoyment of stuff that comes later.
I'll keep that in mind. So we still have some parts of this chapter to go through. So one thing I forgot to bring up is that Egwene had the nerve to demand as a condition of their agreement to not go into Tel'aran'rhiod that she be accompanied, to see Elaine and Nynaeve and all that. And it gets to a point where she has to go through the braids, and then she is fighting not to say anything. It's like, because they're I think Amisa's just like, do you have something to say? And she's like, and she's like, I see you held back. So you know what? We will help you. We will supervise your trip into Tel'aran'rhiod. We will do that for you. So she's like, oh, thank you. So, and that's kind of, I thought that was funny. I just thought that was funny. So, so any future meetings will happen with Elaine and Nynaeve. So, and Amisa's like, okay, you got to get up though. We are going to a meeting. We're going to a women's council meeting, Aiel style. At least that's what I was thinking. So they go to another tent, and Gwen's like going to take her blanket. She's going to put on her clothes, and they're like, no, just take like a blanket or something. And then she's walking in the cold and all that. And then we get to the tent, and then Moraine is there, Avienda's there, and Avienda is basically, they talk about Rand, obviously, and they're like, okay, we're gonna have to teach him shit. And they're like, okay, Avienda, we don't know what Rand's going to be doing. We want you to be our eyes and ears. We want you to be our eyes and ears. She's like, I will not. And they're like, huh? Like, really?
So there are three things that work here for Avienda's reaction, and I'm going to tell you two of them. So the first one is, I've already said, she sees Rand and she sees him in Wetlander clothes and carrying a sword, and therefore he's not what she kind of expected. So her first reaction to him is, what? The second one is right here, is being a spy. Like eyes and ears, trying to gain someone's trust and then reporting back. That's actually not very honorable. Yeah, women, wise ones or whatever, they don't give a shit. But she's been kind of wanting to be this maiden of the spear kind of warrior culture.
Yeah.
Type stuff. So she has a natural aversion because she's trying to imitate kind of honorable behavior. So she sees that as an issue. And then the third thing is, you got to wonder, what the hell did she just experience in Ruidian?
Mm-hmm. And so apparently they also want her to teach. They want someone that, I forget, they want Avienda to teach him the customs.
Yeah.
So he doesn't, like, because, you could, with all the different clans.
Rand is Kara Karn. He's got the two, he's supposedly the leader, but he was not raised Aiel, so he does not know Aiel ways. So the wise ones decide, all right, Avienda, you're going to teach him Aiel ways. Now, narratively, this allows for every single kind of interaction that we see from Rand's POV or whatever. Like, we'll get the Aiel culture lectures vicariously through Rand, because Avienda will basically be beside him and teaching him.
Mm-hmm.
So that's part of the narrative point behind it. But you can also see why it's somewhat important that Rand should know kind of the ways of the people he's trying to command.
Okay, that makes sense. So apparently Amis is just like, you will obey us, Avienda, you will obey us, young one. And she's like, I don't like him. I just don't. And then Egwene tries to talk her into it. And she's like, do it for Elaine. And she's like, I'll do it for Elaine. And I like how the wise ones are like, no, you will not do it for Elaine. You will do it because we decree it, because we command.
Exactly.
I thought that was hilarious right there. And so,
but here's the beauty of it too: is Egwene is convincing Avienda to do it for Elaine, but Egwene thinks that Elaine hasn't written 2 psychotic letters. She's only written
it's
maybe she's written 2 letters, but they both kind of match up, because Egwene doesn't know this because she got pulled out of the dream too soon before Elaine could confess that, oops, no, wait, I was a total psychopath, and wrote him 1 letter and then wrote him the second one that contradicted everything in the first.
Yeah.
So humor ensues.
And then, of course, we find out like Moraine's just kind of like out there. Like, she's just like her. I'm curious. I really want to know. I really want to know like what the rings, like what she learned from those 3 rings, because she's obviously different. So
yeah.
And so just like she just mentions, oh, I'm not going to give up on the Dragon Reborn. This is my life's work, blah blah blah. And I'm going to see it through no matter what. So, yeah, that's basically the end of the end of that chapter. So, sharp lessons. So, it was a fun. Egwene was annoying, but it was actually a fun little chapter. So, nowhere near as good as chapter 34, and definitely nowhere near as good as chapters 25 and 26. But it was just a fun chapter to listen to. I was entertained. I wasn't bored at all. So 36.
You need these chapters, right? Because it's supplemental info. It's other characters. It's slower pacing, so it kind of builds up and makes the exciting chapters a little bit better. And it's little tidbits that kind of get buried in here that really enhance your appreciation of the story later on. So,
but this chapter, misdirections. I mean, it started off kind of slow, typical, they're going from point A to point B, but then the end, what Rand says at the end, I was just like, it had such an effect on me that I decided to voice it and include it in the intro, because the end of this chapter got me so excited for the next chapter. Like, you can't see it or feel it. We ride with evil now. Watch yourself, Matt. It was just like, this is stuff that gets me excited. This is stuff that gets me excited for what's going to happen next.
So they get out of Ruidian, and then they come into, or they run into a peddler, and the peddler's going obviously the wrong way, almost running into forbidden territory. But we also know who are the people that are allowed to cross the waste, right?
Yeah,
the
peddlers, Tuathon, the Gleeman. And peddlers.
Yeah. But the Kyrianan used to, no longer.
No.
We've got a full explanation as for why that is the way it is. This is not Tuathon, but we know why the Aiel would avoid them. And now we've got peddlers and a Gleeman.
I forget if it's this chapter or the next chapter that Matt brings up the Tuathon, and the Aiel get pissy when they get really pissy when Matt brings it up, and Rand's like, don't bring up the Tuathon, because Rand knows the history now. He's like, it's a touchy subject. Don't say anything about
and Matt's like, how the fuck are they a touchy subject?
Yeah,
they like travel in wagons and sing and fix pots. and they don't harm anybody.
Exactly.
How are they brilliant? It's so brilliant because that's such a natural reaction for someone who doesn't know ancient history. But anyways,
so apparently, basically we learned that so they're traveling the Shite. So you have the Jindo who are guarding, their bodyguards for Rand. The Ruark basically organized that.
Rand pretty much gets adopted by the Tardod because they know now that he's son of Janduin, so he's one of them. The fact that the Shaido were the greatest numbered at Ruidian because they're seeking a clan chief, intuitively that makes sense. Someone trying to get a new clan chief would have the most, but it also is done, narratively speaking, to create the tension that they are the largest number of the Aiel that are traveling with them.
Yeah, they're like double. They're double the Tardot, if I remember correctly. So
yeah.
And
then Rand also brought back with him from the Stone of Tyr a mishmash of disparate Aiel, because the Aiel that crossed the Dragon Wall were bound together by the Water Oath and could be from any clan. So, but as soon as they're back in the Threefold Land, the Water Oath no longer holds. So there's that element of it too.
Mm-hmm. So you got three. So you got three. So you have they have the Tardod traveling. You have the Shido who are traveling several hundred paces away in parallel, I believe. And then you have, I think the Wise Ones have their own little. I don't know if they're in the same column or if they're in their own little column.
Yeah. What gets established too is the Aiel kind of have protected groups within it that are kind of outside of all conflicts.
Yeah.
So no Aiel would fight a Wise One. They would not try. But they also wouldn't do that to children, and they wouldn't do it to a blacksmith, oddly enough. So blacksmith are like a protected class, and there are a couple of others. So the Wise Ones are kind of like a bubble unto themselves.
Okay. Makes sense. And they talk about, there's because of the Peace of Rhuidean, that's why they didn't fight each other there.
Yep.
And of course, they're basically I already brought up that Couladin didn't wait an extra day for Muradin because the 10-day rule and all that. So he basically abandons his brother.
But the Shaido also don't send someone into Ruidian afterwards either.
No, they don't. That's true. Is that a thing? Is that a thing? Sending someone after someone in.
Well, here's how one could explain it narratively: is that the plan was to send Muradin, and then if he failed, Couladin would go. But Couladin needed the approval of Wise Ones in order to go in, and he probably wasn't going to go do it. So it's quite possible at this point that their plan is, all right, well, if Couladin's not allowed to go in, then the Shaido Sept chiefs or Sept leaders need to reconvene and come up with a better suggestion to go to Ruidian.
Okay.
But
so Gadfly here says Water Oath holds until they get back to their Septs, does it not? Stops them from immediately stabbing each other in the back as soon as they pass the Dragon Wall.
Yeah. To their Sept or to where they are, I don't know if there's like a specific threshold, but at least when they got back to Ruidian, the Peace of Ruidian would hold. So they're not allowed to stab each other there. Couladin, Huck, and the Spirit Mat notwithstanding.
I see. So, okay, so apparently they explore more of the waste, obviously. There's vegetation. There's more vegetation. I think they're going north, if I remember correctly, in the waste. I don't know if that even I don't even remember exactly where, but we learned that there's mountains everywhere. Like everywhere he looks, there's mountains, and apparently the breaking had according to what he's thinking, the breaking had a bigger impact here.
The cover's pretty good. Like at least the geology.
Yeah, you got all these like high points here, and you got like there's a spire. It looks like a natural spire here, and here, and here, and here, and here, and here, and here. So yeah,
it's cool.
Yeah, and that's kind of what. It's also the reason why I updated the image in the intro because they're now in the waste. They're not in Tyr anymore. So
yeah.
But yeah, so Avienda keeps harassing Rand in this chapter, and she continues her harassment to the next chapter. So talking about Elaine. Elaine loves you, and you treated Elaine bad, and blah blah blah. And your 2 letters should make it clear. And this is Rand's like, what? Like she said the total opposite thing in her second letter. What are you talking about?
But why is Avienda saying that? It's because
she doesn't
Egwene
know.
told her to say that, and Egwene doesn't know because just at the moment where Elaine was going to confess to basically being a psycho and writing one thing and then writing immediately the opposite, Egwene got pulled out of Tellerand Riyadh. So it's a game of telephone.
The game of telephone. I just love, and I brought this up earlier, I just love how like Rand, like you hear what Rand's thinking, and Rand's like, why do they talk, like, do they talk amongst each other about this weird shit? Like do they have a guild or something? I was just, I laughed when I read that. I was just like, yes, they do. Yes, they do. I was in a fraternity and we dealt with sororities all the time. That was the same thing. If one person in that sorority didn't like you, they all didn't like you. You know, if you did something, yeah. So there you go. And it wasn't just one member of the fraternity. It was all members of the fraternity, and there'd be drama or something. It was stupid. So
one frat brother does one thing to one sorority sister, and all of a sudden it's like feuds. Yeah. You don't. All right.
So this is the Rand stuff. Now we're on the Matt stuff, and this is the good stuff right here. So Matt is just like, he sees Avienda. He's like, I'm glad I'm not over there. I'm glad I'm not dealing with her. Jesus Christ. And I forget in the I forget, maybe this was off camera or off screen, but like, because Matt brings up that he played the kiss of the maiden's kiss. Does that, I forget, I don't remember if we don't, I don't think we see that. This is something that happens off screen, right?
So Maiden's Kiss, Matt explains the game when he's playing cards with the Tyrian nobles.
Yeah.
Early on in the book, right? And he's playing cards, and like, oh, if you really want to get to know the Aiel, get them to get you to play Maiden's Kiss. And then he basically explains, oh, what's that? And then he's like, well, yada, yada. And then they stick spears at my neck, and every maiden comes in for a kiss. And if I do well, they relax the spears. If I do poorly, they tighten it up. And I'll tell you, I nicked myself more times shaving. And then all the nobles basically like laugh, oh, that's a great story kind of thing. So Matt knows a little bit about Maiden's Kiss, but he was tricked into playing said game, I believe, by Bane and Chiad.
Of course, those two. Of course. Who else would it be? And we'll talk about them next time, because they're hanging out with they're hovering around Fael. So yeah.
Just
but
got
yeah.
spanked.
We'll
Best
get
part.
to that. We'll get to that
next time. Fael mellowed out because she got what she wanted.
Yeah, that's true. So apparently, because now Matt's just thinking like, okay, so I am under no obligation to stay here. I'm not. He's like, and he's trying to think of a way to get away, and he's looking. He's like, I'm not gonna have to wait until I encounter like some peddlers or something, and book passage out of the waste, because he looks at the nature of the land. He's like, I'm not going to survive this. And so apparently, so one of the maidens brings word to Rark that there are peddlers nearby, and there's 18 wagons, and they come in various forms and all that. They're like homes. They're like mobile homes almost. And we meet one of the peddlers, and his name is Hadnan Kader. At least that's how Michael Kramer makes him sound. Hadnan Kader. Nice to meet you. Something like that.
You're going to get upset when you meet Fura Kharid, because if you're even the slightest bit dyslexic, their last names are exactly the same.
Kharid? Oh no.
Kharid and Kadir.
Kharid and Kadir. Yeah, I get.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I get it.
They never meet each other, so you don't have to worry about that. But you're just reading it.
So there's a good, so right here at this part, there's a good bit of tension here. So they encounter Hadnan Kadir, and Rark goes up to him, and he's just like, how are you here? Like, why don't you have a guide? Like, you would either be you would either die in the wilderness or you would be stripped and sent back to the
Dragon Wall.
To the Dragon Wall. And he's just like, oh, we were on our way to I think we were on our way to Cold Rock's Hold. But they were clearly going in the direction of Roidion. So apparently there's more to them than meets the eye. They're not going to Cold Rock's Hold, obviously. They're going to Roidion. And yeah, it's just and then apparently they're like, you're going to need someone to watch out for you, or you need someone to travel with. And I like how Cooladin shows up. He's like, he can travel with us. We're the greater. We're the greater. And he's like, are you a freaking clan chief? I didn't think so. So fuck off.
Where are your tattoos, bitch?
Yeah, exactly. So so he's like, Rourke's like, you're traveling with us and everything. So and then we encounter another character from these peddlers. Kyle, I think it's called Kyle Shaogi, and she is an ugly. She has a beautiful voice, but her face, fat and ugly.
Keely.
Yeah, Keely. Okay, Keely Shaogi, and she's like, and this is where Matt. We meet her because Matt is like, hey, I give anything. I give a gold dragon or whatever. I forgot the currency in the. I'm saying the Song of Ice and Fire currency, but he wants gold crown for that big wide brimmed hat that you have on your head, Kadir. And that's, I'm guessing, this is where Matt gets his big wide brimmed hat from Kadir. And Kylie is like, sold. Now I gotta show the money because I don't make a sale twice or something.
Kylie.
So and I'm just curious who she is, based on what Rand's gonna be saying next. Rand just says, I just want to read it again because I really got into it. Like, I like how Matt's just like, Rand, are you okay, dude? Like, what is going on? What are you thinking, man?
Well, here's the question: is Rand really okay? Again, this is all from Matt's POV, but Matt's the guy who's kind of believing Rand's got to be going kind of nuts, but he's had episodes before. But is he right about this?
His eyes, a dangerous man. Whose eyes? Cooladin's? Kadir's eyes. All that sweating, going white in the face, yet his eyes never changed. You always have to watch the eyes, not what he seems. Sure, Rand. Sure, Rand. You have to watch the eyes. Sure. Time is the risk. Time sets snares. I have to avoid theirs while setting mine. Snares?
Snares?
Who's setting snares? Who's setting snares?
I'll do Matt here.
All right, okay, all right, great. You can't see it or feel it. We ride with evil now, Matt. Watch yourself.
You think this Kadir is evil?
A dangerous man, Matt. The eyes always give it away. Yet who can say? But what cause have I to worry with Moraine and the wise ones watching out for me? And we mustn't forget Lanfear. Has any man ever been under so many watchful eyes? It has begun. Wish that I have your luck, Matt. It has begun. And there is no turning back. Now, however the blade falls. That gave me the chills when I heard Michael Kramer saying that. That's why I had this in the intro. That's why it was.
But Rand is going nuts, obviously.
Or maybe not. Maybe not.
All right. Okay. So we got one more chapter to do, Imristan. But who do you think is among the peddlers then?
I think Lanfear and Asmodean are among the peddlers.
All right. Who are the peddlers that we end up meeting?
We meet
Kadir. You got Keely.
There's Keely.
Cassandra.
Isandra, and the Gleeman. His name is
Jason Natale.
Jason Natale. So I think Asmodean and Lanfear are amongst them. I don't know if there's other. I don't know if there's other Forsaken. But those
18
are just
wagons. There would be. Your instinct is 100% right. This was set up properly. This was kind of what Lanfear wanted to do, but I mean, yeah.
I just don't know who is who. Don't tell me who's who. I'm
No,
curious.
I'm not going to tell you who's who, but
I mean, there's two possibilities. Either like because based on what Rand is saying, Kadir is Asmodean. He's just they say he's heavy set, but he's not heavy set, and as he's fat, he's heavy set, and he's built like a bull and everything, all muscle, kind of like Kingpin. But the is Sendra, I think, is the other one, right? The one that keeps looking at Rand with what are they called, smoky eyes, I think is how Jordan describes it, smoky eyes. I think she's Lanfear. Or maybe there's another possibility, maybe a combination. Maybe, I don't know if Forsaken have the ability to do this. Maybe they can be two people. Maybe they can split themselves into two appearances.
well, you should know that the Forsaken can change their appearance, right? You've already seen from the first book, The Mirror of Mists, although that's not the term for it, but when Moraine turns into a giant in Barrelon, like she's able to use the one power as illusion. But there's also, I believe it's already shown that Lanfear shows her true self. So she shows herself as someone young to Rand.
And then
does she show
Selene.
herself?
And then Selene.
Yeah, Selene, and then I think it's in the Stone of Tear, although I might be wrong. Perhaps this comes a little bit later, but yeah, essentially illusion, being able to change one's outward appearance, how one looks, no big thing for a Forsaken. They should be able to do it.
Yeah.
And if you want to know, well, how are they able to do that without the weaves being detected? That'll get explained too. There are other explanations as for how to avoid being detected as a channeler to channeler. So.
And because and I like how Rand says I see it in the eyes and everything. He's just paying attention to the eyes and everything. Because I mean, if you pretend like your play, it was like Lanfear or Selene play acting, being the damsel in distress in The Great Hunt. And then one thing I took note when I was reading it the first time was how she acted, and then of course Robert Jordan points this out, to the reader, obviously, that when she pretended she was being attacked by the Grom, I think, and then she walked past the Grom as it was laying there like it was nothing, which is something that the author pointed out. So that tells me that she wasn't actually afraid of the creature at all. Like, she was not concerned for her safety. And that made me think, okay, well, they encounter a strange woman with black hair, very beautiful, and then they bring up the Daughter of the Night in the prophecy chapter earlier in the book. So I put together, and I think it was you I talked to. I said, I think that's Lanfear, and then you confirmed it.
Well, I was like, congratulations, you're the world's greatest detective. It would confuse a 13-year-old boy without the internet for a chapter or two, but it's not meant to be like a great mystery that Selene is Lanfear kind of thing. But it's good that you're reading kind of right, but it's also, this has been foreshadowed at, it's been hinted at, like this is Lanfear's plan. Lanfear has already said to Rand that you need somebody to train you. It's already kind of been established that she's got a plan to work, and she's gonna come back.
Yeah,
and if Rand thinks he's being so clever because he's going off to the waste and doing something that nobody's expected, and then he just happens to run into a bunch of peddlers who are lying to their face about going the wrong way.
Yeah, and then like they said, apparently they know about Kalendor. They know about him. Like, if they know about Kalendor, then they know he's a Dragon Reborn. And then I think what's his name? Kadir brings up the possibility of training or something. And I was just like, well, I mean, Lanfear did offer Asmodean to train Rand in Sidene. So, I mean, there you go. That's what
Your instincts are good.
Yeah, I just that comes from it comes from reading. I actually, because when I was so into Song of Ice and Fire years ago, when I thought book 6 was gonna be an eventual thing, which turned out to not be the case. I'd read into I read the books. I read into all the theories. I read into what was said. The second time I read, I read okay, what is being foreshadowed here? Is this going to be a thing in the future and all that? So I was doing that. I was doing that with that series. So that's kind of why I'm reading The Wheel of Time the way I'm reading it now. So not quite the experienced reader that you guys are, but hey,
no,
in there.
Robert Jordan could give lessons on how to do foreshadowing, but it's a difference in the type of writers that they were. So Martin is more of a gardener. He'll just go kind of where it leads.
And the architect the engineer. The architect is Robert Jordan. He planned everything out.
But it's transcendental. Like Robert Jordan's foreshadowing, because we've just discussed a number of payoffs that we just had through the dedicated and the spear chapters and whatnot about things that were set up in the first book early on. And there's something to be said about having the patience of, writing thick tomes, setting something up in book 1 that only gets paid off in book 4. But there are things that are set up in book 1 that don't get paid off until book 14.
To the very end. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. I'm curious if I'm not gonna. It'll be another question for another time. It has nothing to do with this. So, all right. So we have one more chapter left. One more chapter. We're almost 4.5 hours in, and nice. It looks like Alex couldn't come. It looks like Alex couldn't come back for his.
Ryan, there's no better way to spend a Sunday. Quite honestly,
yeah,
yakking about this book, I could do it all day. But I love the book, and I've been having a blast, so
that's good. That's good. So, I have to admit though, and I know I said this earlier. It's a good thing I invited you, because I'd be by myself talking about this if that was the case. So yeah, so let's keep this going.
We're almost running into your regular stream time, so maybe somebody else will join us kind of after the supper hour. But let's try and get finished before then, because I had to go to the washroom earlier. I got to go eat food soon. So.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So do I. All right. So so they go to Imri Stand. So Imri Stand is a place where they can get water and just and chill for the night and all that on their way to Cold Rocks. And what I thought was cool in the beginning was just they encounter that they get to the place, but there's nobody there. I'm assuming these places usually always have someone there, manning or keeping the place, someone guarding the place or something.
Like a sept, right? If there was goats there, a water supply, there would be people, and then they find evidence of Trollocs, right?
Yeah, they find blood. But there are no bodies, and they're like, "What could do this?" And Matt's like, "It's Trollocs," and Avienda's like, "No fucking way, no fucking way. We hunt Trollocs. They don't hunt us." Well, it's like Rand said, things are changing, and apparently, so now we have these strange peddlers showing up out of nowhere, and all of a sudden, now in this very far away from the Blight, all of a sudden, Trollocs and Shadowspawn are attacking very far into the Aiel Waste, into the Threefold Land. What is going on here? What is going on? As Prophet always says, what is happening? So apparently, yeah. So we get we got that, and then we go back to so apparently Avienda annoys Rand so much that he wants to do some sword play with Lan. He goes and does some sword play with Lan, and Lan gives him some lessons, and then I think Ruark's like, you know what? I think it's time you learn the spear. And everybody's watching. The Shido and the Jindo are watching.
But keep in mind here that Rand has observed that Avienda doesn't like him because he carried a sword, and thought the best way to get rid of her is
Just to
go
carry a
and,
sword.
carry a sword and do it explicitly. And then it's like kind of only after like he's got a full workout in, Roark says, "All right, well, let's try this now. Let's make you a little bit Aiel."
Yeah.
But yeah. Avienda.
Yeah. So apparently, so apparently we of course also, yeah, I think we meet Essendra in this episode, and we already talked about her. She keeps looking at
Yeah, well,
Rand,
she's the one who basically starts casting smoky eyes at Rand,
and then Avienda starts giving him shit for that. He's like, "Oh, you like looking at other people? Get the fuck away from me," all that. So, so we get to so that's pretty much Rand's part right here. So, Rand it's actually here. Rand realizes that Avienda can channel. He realizes why she's there. It's like realizes she's becoming a wise one. It's like, oh shit, she can channel after all. Oh, that's what's going on here. So that's the Rand part, and then here comes the Matt part. And the Matt part was interesting. Matt's just chilling. He's just hanging out by the peddlers, by the wagons and all that. I'm assuming those wagons on here. These are the peddlers' wagons right here, right? Basically, I think.
Yeah. Again, it's Daryl K. Sweet, so don't read too much into how it looks.
Yeah, and I'm assuming what's weird is I think here Matt is wearing red, and Rand's wearing the green this time.
Yeah, based on the hair color and the bow versus the sword.
Yeah.
And then Egwene cooking dinner, which is also incongruous with the book series.
And I'm assuming these are just random Aiel.
Yeah, but again, like
you said, Daryl K. Sweet.
Cover art, like it's what the
cover art
control.
Yeah, exactly. So apparently apparently we learned that the Aiel are actually very good negotiators too. Like they know exactly what they want, and there's certain things that are worthless to them, like buying like knives. So you know how you have all those ads and all those salesmen that come to your door and want to sell knives. Well, the Aiel would tell you
the Shlashko.
Yeah, so Aiel will tell you if you're selling like knives and anything, I think any metalware and all that, they'll tell you to fuck off because we have the superior capability of producing all that stuff. But they buy stuff like I think they buy lace. I think lace is something that they buy quite a bit of. They buy heck books. Even Hearn wants 2 Rivers Tabak. Hearn wants 2 Rivers Tabak.
Fucking smoking.
And
smoking in the waste.
Several streams ago, Pips told me that apparently the Aiel are very big into whiskey too.
Usquai. Huh?
What?
Their drink of choice is called Usquai, which Pips is convinced is a derivative of the word whiskey.
Okay. And
when you read how it's made, it's technically kind of a whiskey. But
okay.
Usquai.
I'll have to Usquai. All right, I'll keep that in mind. So, so apparently, Matt starts thinking about battlefield tactics. Apparently, the holes in his memory are starting to fill, and they're starting to fill. He's starting to think about shit, and he starts thinking about. He also realizes he's completely fluent in the old tongue, not just
true
like
scholar.
Yeah,
right. That's what Jason Natale calls him, a true scholar.
Yeah, and then this is where we meet Jason Natale. So we see him in the last chapter, but we actually see him. He actually comes up and talks to Matt, and apparently, he's basically drilling Matt for details about Roydion, and Matt's just like only willing to tell him like the basic things. Like he's not. I don't think he tells him at all anything about the the Aelfin and his experiences with that. But I think he does. He skips over the entire thing, and he doesn't say anything about the bubble of evil either. but I think he does reveal that he got the I mean, I think they all know. I think they all know. I think they got pissed off that initially because he brought the spear back, the black hafted the black wooden hafted sword spear, I think is what they call it in the book. And I remember, like, I think I don't remember if it was Couladin or the wise ones got pissed off that he brought, like, you brought a weapon. It's like, no, we didn't. Like, no, you didn't. And we didn't. I know I didn't. I took out all my daggers. I took out all my knives in front of the wise one. The wise one's like, yeah, she concurred. So I don't remember if he brings that up. He probably doesn't. But he does talk about the buildings. He talks about Vendosora. And he talks about, Natail tries again to talk about the fog around the city. And then Kylie comes and she pulls him by the ear. Well, actually, no, that doesn't happen. That's what I imagine. So Kylie is kind of like Mo, and Natail is like Larry, and pulls him by the hair. You're like, no, you can't talk. Get out here. And then they start arguing amongst them. Like, you can't silence me. You can't silence me. And all that. And then they start arguing, and they go away and all that. And I believe right after that, he hears a song. Natail starts to sing a song about Manetheren, and about this one particular story, Manetheren, where this one group of people were fighting on this one I forget his name. What was, I'm trying to remember it doesn't really go into
song?
What was that?
It was Midian's Ford, an old song of Manetheren. Oddly enough, in War Before the Trolloc Wars, Natail did a fair job of it. Nothing like Tom Serranus recitals, of course, but the rolling words drew a crowd of Aiel thick around the edge of the fire's light. Villainous Adamon led this ferry down on the unsuspecting Manetheren, pillaging and burning, driving all before them until King Burian gathered the force of strength and blah 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 blah.
Yeah, and apparently, so they try. So they're leading a desperate. So the people of Manetheren are on a losing streak, and they're doing a final desperate sortie, and they're driving themselves deep into Adamon's army with the hope of killing Adamon himself. But apparently, Adamon was moved by their courage and all that, according to the song, and he let them go. And what I thought was great, and I think this is back across the blood red water, marching back with heads held high, no surrender, armor sword, no surrender, heart or soul, honor be theirs ever after, honor all the age shall know. And then, but Matt remembers light. I don't want to. And Matt recalls something totally different. So you know how time skews the distance of time. Temporal, as Robert Jordan puts it, skews
Distance changes stories, whether temporal or geographical.
Yeah. So this is what he was talking about. So so Matt recalls that did not happen. They all died. They all died. That did not happen. History's written by the victors, remember?
His last memory at the ford was trying to keep his feet waist deep in the river with 3 arrows in him, but there was something later, a fragment. Seeing Adamon, gray-bearded now, going down in a sharp fight in the forest, toppled from a rearing horse. So right there, what it hints at there, dude, is another memory.
Mm-hmm.
So he's seeing his opponent twice at different points. So what I want to point you to is, what did the Elfin call Matt as they were telling him to leave? This is the snake people telling the truth in the Stone of Tyr.
Oh, I have to go back and look that up now. Chapter 24.
I'll tell you. What fate? Burn your hearts. What fate? What fate? To marry the daughter of the 9 moons, to die and live again, and live once more as part of what was. To give up half the light of the world to save the world. Go to Ruidian, son of battles. Go to Ruidian, trickster. Go, gambler, go. Son of battles.
Son of battles. Huh.
That's a key thing to keep in the back of your head as you read, Matt.
Okay. Interesting. Soft battles. Where is that?
That was chapter 15 towards the end.
Okay, I see right here. Son of battles, trickster, gambler. Okay. Go. All right.
We've already heard that he was the gambler, right? Because it's when he has his kind of memory about being a Manethran general or whatever when he's getting healed.
Mm-hmm.
It was the post healing, and he's like kind of having his flashback. He was seeing the battle before him, and he was known as the gambler. So
Yeah.
that's him in his past life.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a blood connection, but Matt gets completely augmented by having the holes in his memory filled.
Yeah.
And it gets filled with what?
Skill. skill with that sword spear, because right after he has this realization, the Trollocs come and they attack in the night.
Well, no. So here's the interesting thing: is he had his bow staff skill before this, because he kicked the shit out of Galad and Gawain in the White Tower.
Yeah, true.
So I contest, as a frequent reader of these early books, he got his skill boost with the quarterstaff from the flicker and all the lives that he lived when Rand transported them from
Kyrian
from Kyrian all the way to Palma.
Interesting.
That's where he would have picked up that skill stuff. But what he gets now, augmented even more.
Yeah, because I think here in this, so he puts down, and this is this is only not even a page of a battle. Like, it's a very, like, I was like, when you look at the chapter, you look at the image on the chapter, and you see this. You see that image right there. You think, okay, there's going to be this whole. I was under the impression this whole chapter was going to be, the Trollocs attacking. It's going to be something big. It actually is not. It actually was not. It was something that was put in at the very, 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 very last second to last page. So, but apparently, like Matt is putting down Trollocs like they're butter and like their peanut butter and jelly. Like, it's just, and he even manages to get a fade in this. I mean, he doesn't kill it. He does have help from the Aiel. They shoot the fade with arrows, but he manages to get him with his weapon. And so everyone now has killed a fade. Rand killed a fade in the Stone Stands. Perrin killed a fade in the last book in the Mountains of Mist. Elaine, Egwene, and Nynaeve all killed the 3 fades. I assume if 1 fade each in the when they were captured in the last book. And then Lan killed a fade in the first book. Did Moraine kill a fade? I'm sure she did.
Yeah. The key thing to note: all the characters level up power-wise.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, from here on out, it's like killing a fade ain't no big deal.
Yeah. So, because like the fades are supposed to be really hard to kill, so I'm curious, like, going forward, like, apparently, all you guys have said, like, the stakes get higher. So I'm curious how that is if they're killing fades really easily, because Trollocs are just like they're cannon fodder. They're cannon fodder.
Trollocs are fodder. Fades are kind of sub-level, but our main characters are fighting Forsaken. They're fighting Black Aja. They're fighting Shadowspawn you haven't even heard about yet. And you've heard about Grey Men and Drakkar, and those will show up. Those are a little bit freakier than the fades are, but there's even more to come. So stay tuned.
Because I know what's funny is the Grey. And one thing I'll be honest, I was disappointed in the Grey Men in the last book. They were fun when they got attacked, but the Grey Men, they all got dispatched. What I liked about this book, especially in the Stone Stands in the chapter before, even Rand himself, even though like it's just him and Lanfear in the room, and he sees the gray man, but still ignores the gray man walking into his room. And apparently, there was 3 gray men that managed to kill 6 Aiel, according, at least if I remember correctly, from that chapter when Rand goes out and sees, the world has gone to hell, or the stone has gone to hell, and all that, or madness, as Robert Jordan writes.
Yeah.
So that basically elevated the gray men to me as a major threat. Because sometimes I just need to see something to believe it. Because when it happens to the main characters, and the main characters have plot armor, it gets hard to feel the fear of like what they're capable of. That's why in like movies, like when you see a bad guy shows up for the first time, you see what they're capable of to get the audience to feel a certain way towards said villain and all that antagonist. So
a completely legitimate criticism, stepping back and looking at it from a narrative point of view. If what you have we're trying to establish is a special type of assassin, which is what the gray men are, that can't be seen or have this, if they don't knock off a main character, the only way you could have it portrayed effectively to convey all the terror or whatnot would be from a character's POV who ends up dying. So it invariably ends up not being done.
Unless it's established, unless they do it to someone who is established to be really, really skilled, like the Aiel. And then I was able to.
No, I get that about the gray men, and it's like there's that, but I mean, dark hounds is another thing that'll come back as far as the shadow spawn, right?
And I think we've only seen a couple of dark hounds. Rand, basically, to show how powerful Rand was in the Dragon Reborn, just winks one out of existence, just snaps his fingers with
Balefire, which you don't know what it is yet. And Moraine uses Balefire on dark hounds as well in the Dragon Reborn, but you don't know yet what that means.
I got a question about Balefire, and I'm assuming this is a read and find out, but because of, obviously, so Balefire is obviously something that really fucks with the pattern. Does it take a toll on its user? Because like when it comes to the trope of using a very powerful, dangerous weapon, it usually there's a cost to it. So in this case of Balefire, there isn't.
There's no cost to the user, but there is a cost to the world.
Okay.
But
that's why, if I remember correctly, in the Dragon Reborn, Moraine says that's why this is illegal. Like this, like if you were caught using this, I think you get stilled.
Yeah.
So all right, makes sense.
But again, the Dark Hounds, the Gray Men, the Drakkar, and other shadow spawns still to come. It's all to do with kind of scaling up, because your main characters have now kind of been boosted in power level, and they'll continue to do so.
Yeah. So all right. Well, I guess there's there's only a couple pages left, so let's end this. So we got the Trollocs come, they get dispatched pretty much for the most part. It seems like they attacked the 3 different camps. The least amount attacks the least amount I think attacks the Shido, and then the most attacks the Rand and the camp Rand is in. Even some of them attack the wise ones, and Moraine basically deals with all of them. So. Yep. So apparently, I mean, according to Moraine at the end of this, she assumes that this was meant to be a distraction, was meant to be a calculated distraction or something. But Rand came out unfazed. He wasn't injured. I don't even think he was ever attacked at all, at all. So this entire fight was from Matt's point of view, and Matt just we find out Matt Matt leveled up basically. Matt leveled up in this fight. He's way more proficient with it.
Whoever is sending this, like Matt's got a target on his back too, right?
Yeah.
So maybe the attack wasn't directed at Rand.
I didn't think about that. And Moraine could just be wrong.
Unreliable narrator, especially when it's coming from a one.
Yeah, and I mean, then Prophet has always talked about this on so many times. Like he's like the Aes Sedai are full of shit. They think they know things when they don't. So that's when I read into this. That's kind of what I'm thinking, because usually when I read something, I mean, call me naive, but sometimes I like to take the book at its word. But then again, like you said, unreliable narrator, and it's not. And unlike Song of Ice and Fire, the unreliable narrator is very obvious, because we've seen the events firsthand, and yet you have like these secondary characters or these people saying that it was something else. Like, Robb Stark turned into a wolf and attacked the Freys at the Red Wedding when we know that wasn't the case. But whereas here, we're revealing something that we don't have really any other alternative, but to take their word for it, just to find out that they don't know what they're talking about, that they're wrong about what they're talking. They don't understand what they're saying.
Yeah, and the characters that are most often the least reliable are the characters that you don't get in their heads. So Moraine is not a character that you frequently get a POV chapter from. Egwene has the odd one, but when you have an Egwene POV chapter, it's not in her head. She's usually observing what the other characters are doing. So the characters, anyways, the ones that are most often the ones that are wrong about things and kind of misdirect, those are the ones that you don't get in their heads.
Yeah.
Whereas the Song of Ice and Fire, you're right. It's like chapter title is the character whose head I'm in. It's all seen from their point of view. There's actually very little unreliable stuff going on. If anything, it's more about fitting past events together rather than deliberately misdirecting someone.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways.
Yeah. So I believe that's pretty much it. I think that we pretty much covered
5 hours, dude. Yeah, we
5
covered
hours, yeah.
all the chapters we wanted to, except for all the Perrin ones, which we'll have to do at a later date.
Yeah, so that will have to be hopefully next week. I'll talk to everyone. See Dane, you're welcome to come back next week if you want to join us.
These are great chapters. So I'm back next weekend, but I got to travel for work tomorrow. So
okay,
out for most next week.
So hopefully next Sunday I'll talk to the other guys, see if they can make it. Hopefully Nathan can make it. I'm going to be doing because he missed this one and the last one. We're going to be doing I'm going to be doing a chilporial with him. We're going to be talking about these chapters in particular. So,
but you find some dudes who love Perrin, like Alex loves Perrin. Like these are some of Perrin's best chapters that we had to skip today. So you're going to have no shortage of people to talk to about it.
So it's pretty much next week is going to be all Perrin, except for I'm going to still try to cover some of the Tanchico stuff as well. So like basically, chapters 27 through 33 will be covered next time. Chapters 38 through 45, I think, is the.
Ooh, that's a lot.
Yeah, but it's all going to be Perrin. From chapter 40 to 45 is all Perrin. So there's going to be a lot of Perrin here. So I want to get this. I really want to get this. I want to get this done before Christmas. I want to get Shadow Rising done because I know everyone's going to be busy for the holidays and all that. And certain Pips is going to be expecting his son to be born around that time. So I want to get this done before that. So yeah. So, all right.
Awesome.
So Dane, what's anything going on? Any when's the next book cloak? When's the next book cloak stream?
That's still TBD because we got to sort that out as far as people's schedules go, and if we want to keep going on the Great Hunt. So there's nothing in the works right now.
So you guys already finished the Eye of the World?
Yeah.
Nice.
But you're not allowed to watch that until you.
I know.
But eventually,
I listened to a little bit of it, and I was just like, I heard something that didn't like something that I was like wasn't aware of. And I was like, okay, I got to tune out. So, and Trip yelled at me for that too. So
yeah.
Because she told me not to do it, and I did it anyway. So sorry, Trip.
The sad thing is, at some point, we have to do a rewatch of season 2.
Oh no. I'd watch the rewatches, but you guys are all talking about, major events in the books, and I just can't. I tried.
Yeah, there's a lot of once you get caught up, there's a lot of content for you to watch. But for White Cloaks YouTube fans, all 5 of them, yeah, we're gonna have to get really drunk and take our time with this thing, and it's gonna be a fucking disaster.
I mean, I'm just curious how long you guys are going to be discussing the whole parent murdering Jeff from Bornhold. Or even better, the Turok. Him shooting the fire. Nathan made the perfect video. He used the Super Mario fireball effects for Rand shooting the little fireballs at frickin' the High Lord Turok.
There's
like
so
that requires its own episode, in my opinion, its own stream.
I don't even want to contemplate at this point. Let's just say wine will be drunk, brandy will be drunk, we'll all be drunk. There might be some whiskey, Usquai will be drunk. If Alex comes to the table with fucking Michelob Ultras again,
if I remember correctly, and we didn't get to cover this, but the Dane takes out the brandy. Dane Bornhall takes out the brandy after his nice little conversation he has with Ordith, and can't wait to get to like the
about that. Don't read the wiki because it'll ruin stuff for you. Or like the last book.
Yeah, so Ordith. So Ordith was the villain. See, there was a nice little villainous scene with Ordith that I was just missing from this book. I wanted a bad guy. I wanted a bad guy to be bad, and I got that. I got my little fix right there. So next week, next time we'll talk about. Can't wait to talk about that part.
But Dane Bornhold is a total piece of shit. Just so you know.
Yeah,
I mean, honestly, the reason why I chose the name is because the one scene that I actually wanted to see in the show and then couldn't believe that they passed on was Dane Bornhold getting the shit smacked out of him by Moraine in Barrelon. Because they bypassed Barrelon, they missed all that. I'm like, what the fuck are they doing? Anyways.
Yeah, like seriously, like that would have it
would have been right up their alley. Like, why did they skip it?
I'm like, yeah,
They've turned
Dan and Dave wouldn't have done that.
Into the most sympathetic character in the show right now because when they introduced him, he hasn't done anything wrong. He's been nice to everybody, and his dad just got murdered by Perrin.
Yeah, I mean, like the bad guys, and I've said this before. The bad guy, I'm more comfortable around the bad guys than our heroes. Like this is like what they're doing is like 1,000 times worse than anything Dan and Dave ever did.
I know. They're making Dane Bornhold the true hero of the story, which I can appreciate at a personal level, but I can't appreciate as kind of a fan of the books.
Yeah, I mean, Dane Bornhold's the first White Cloak we meet, and he's a little bit on the, and I like how Jeffrem especially I like how Jeffrem thinks about him. He's a little too
zealous.
Zealous because
you don't learn his name until actually afterwards, which is so great too. He's just known as Lord Bornhold until Jeffrem says, "Oh, and my son Dane" at a later chapter.
Yeah, exactly. So, just so I forget it's because of Valda, right? Because if he's around Aemon Valda, and that's where he gets his zealotry from.
No, he's just a piece of shit.
Okay, there you go. So I'm curious if there is a redemption arc for him.
Read and find out.
I think I will. But I think I have a feeling. I'm curious where this is going because there's Trollocs and there's White Cloaks defending them. So I'm guessing there's a point. Where I think they have to begrudgingly work together. That's my prediction.
My prediction is you're gonna love the ending of this book. Like this middle section was great. These chapters are great. There's a lot of payoffs for things that were kind of set up. I think you've got a better handle on the world and how it all goes. but you're going to love how this book ends, especially on the parent side of things. So not going to oversell, underdeliver, but I can oversell this all I want because the book delivers.
Okay, makes sense. All right, so for me, all right, so these chapters have really, and I mean, I really, chapters 25 and 26 were great. Chapter 36, the end of chapter 36, I just was awesome. 37 was interesting. It didn't live up to what I was expecting it to be. That's a me problem. That's not necessarily a criticism of the book. But I guess that's something that I have to wait longer for the payoff for. 34 with the He Who Comes with the Dawn, great. I couldn't put the book down. It was a page turner. 35 was fun. 22 and 23 took me some doing. 23, I mean, I initially listened to, but yeah, these block of chapters were easier to get through than the last block. The parent stuff I liked for the most part. But we'll get into that next time. So overall, this is probably I think this is the most I've enjoyed, with the exception of chapter 10, obviously the Stone Stands. And I just can't wait to get to the rest of the book. I can't wait to start reading, the Tanchico stuff and see where that goes. Yeah. So, especially the next villain chapter. And, yeah, so I'm going to, so on, so Thursday, I'm going to be doing my next stream, and it's going to be featuring this gentleman right here, Gadfly Fiction. And I haven't figured out what we're going to talk about yet. We're probably going to be talking about Wheel of Time and probably a whole bunch of other stuff that we like, maybe even a little history and philosophy.
Gadfly wants to do me a favor. He should mention my book that I'm making him read. He can be as candid as he wants.
Okay, absolutely. So, and and other than that, everybody, thanks for being here. Forsaken, Yanan, Chris, Gadfly, and I think Staplebo was here earlier. Trip, and I think pretty much it. I am Vendel.
Here. Vendel.
Dempsey,
Wait.
Aldan. Well, yeah, Pips. Of course, Pips was here.
Kate came early.
Yeah, that's true. And yeah. So yeah, so if you're here, Jeff, so definitely, if you're new here, hit the like button, hit the subscribe, turn on that bell so you get notified of these streams right here. So, all right, that way, if you get Prophet stuff, you get my stuff too. So there you go. So, all right, Dane, thanks for joining me. Pips, Alex, thank you guys for being here earlier. Hope you guys enjoy this. This is probably the longest. This is the longest of Wheel of Time. All the Wheel of Time streams, 5 hours. So it's a lot of fun, and it's a good thing we did this earlier, because this would be insanely late at night. This would be like midnight now. So if I was doing this in my regular time, so expect the next week to be the next one. We're going to be covering the parent stuff, and we'll figure it out. So and hopefully Prophet gets better, and he can join us too. And Nathan, hopefully get their takes. So other than that, everybody, take care. Have a great have a good week. Have a good post Thanksgiving week.